Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, August the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see. Thank you, William. See my screen. All right, guys. Well, not a lot happened. Well, I mean, the market's down, but other than that, I'm not really seeing anything that's super interesting on the long side. We've got a couple of things. Take a look at the pre-market actives down, though. You see any pattern? Look at all these, like the MOB, the JFBR, the PXMD, the GCT, ONFO, Brush, all these stupid little IPOs over the last couple of weeks are just getting hammered. So it looks like that is done for a while again. Okay, so we got a little excited about some of those IPOs, low priced, low volume IPOs, but there is zero of follow through right now on any of them that I can see. Also, there is not really a trade of the week this week. The suggestion was just to stay in cash. Steve could not find anything that satisfied his requirements, so he's saying stay in cash. So before you start typing in cash, because people do that, they look and they say stay in cash, and they think it's because there is a symbol. Cash is a symbol, and who knows, maybe it'll do well this week. But anyway, yeah. So stay in cash. That was the trade of the week. So what is happening? There are a couple of things on the move. This OLB is still super strong. Continuation from Friday. I guess they did have some news here on Friday. And I have some news this morning also. If this is the news, I thought I saw this news on Friday, but anyway, so trading higher after the company announced it has entered into a collaboration for exclusive licensing and transaction sharing with Quentus to upgrade its bodega, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, there is some news. I actually thought that news was on Friday also, but anyway, that is the OLB. And that had actually it had a sell-off though. It got right to the 200-day moving average and then it sold off a little bit, but now it's above that 200-day, above, of course, Friday's highs. I think I went back and I saw you had to go back to February of this year before we started reaching those highs again. And then another one that was moving higher this morning was the Brightwave or Brainsway, sorry, Brainsway. So FDA clearance, I guess it's a depression therapy drug. So that is BWAY. PDD had earnings. BDD had earnings this morning. And is it still holding the gap? Yeah, actually it is. It's a big gap, 11%, $6. Big float. That's a big move for this company. Like most China stocks, had an interesting day on Friday. At the beginning, in the pre-market, virtually every China stock was up, but then sold off at the end of the day. You can just see that red candle. What does that mean? Opened here, closed down here. And that is just like what Queb did, KWEB, exactly what Queb did. So it's not that China is certainly not strong this morning, but PDD definitely, definitely great earnings release for them. Bed Bath and Beyond, trying to have a little bit of a pop here. And we're scrambling, guys, when we're looking at this one. But anyway, it's up 8%, 90 cents. Looking left, 1266. It's kind of the next high looking left. Indo, little energy play, Indo. Yeah, now it's only 3%. I mean, when I saw it, it was up around 1075, so it's almost dropped $1. So drug, again, this is another one that's been super active. Another one I think that had the big top. Yeah, again, look at this. I mean, I thought maybe on Friday this would have been it in terms of maybe, just maybe it can hold its gains. Not even close, guys. So if you look at the daily chart for drug, 2, 3, 4, certainly 4 of the last 6 days, all with big sell-offs. Okay. In other words, so again, what do the topping tails mean? At one point, the price was way up here, on this particular day. Sellers knocked it down. I thought it looked on Friday that maybe, just maybe, it could hold its gains. Not even close. It got up to 414, closed down here at 255. So yes, it's having a little bit of a pop, but can you really, really trust it? Pets, P-E-T-Z, E-T-Z. Why do I have this one here? Yeah, a little bit of a pop here. Again, we're kind of grasping at straws here, guys. It's mainly, I mean, look at all look at all the my list here for the ones that are down. I mean, it's just super extensive. The ones that are up pre-market, not so much. Of course, we had the huge down day on Friday, and as we speak, a continuation. AZRE, AZRE. Okay, I wish this is the classic one that I really, really wish this were shortable for me. Oh, it is now. When I first looked, I didn't see that it was shortable unless the shorts have been covered. No, I'm only talking about Interactive Brokers. CEO resigns, and this is usually, yeah, I mean, the board has accepted resignation with deep regret, I'm sure. He joined in July, and now he's resigned. Now, listen, I don't know what's going on with the individual, but this is an abrupt resignation. Okay, and typically that is not good. So the stock is getting hammered. No volume though. No volume. Only 10,000 shares. And I could have sworn when I first looked, because I thought, wow, CEO resigning. You got to really take a look at that. But I could have sworn there were no shares available, Interactive Brokers, but 43,000 now. Now this hill, I didn't really mention it. This looked like this was a buyout out here. You can see exactly what happened, but I guess it's been enhanced, merger price up to 340. So probably nothing to see now. So this is it, Jissy and Hill International enhances the merger price by 19% to 340 a share. Not sure why they felt they had to do that, but anyway. So that's in case you're wondering, well, why I'm not talking about this. That would be the reason. Meanwhile, look at this HOFE. Remember, they're doing financing or something? I don't see any news on it. Again, this was one of those NFT plays. What's TCAT doing? Yeah, I mean, it's all junk. Anyway, if you're following that Mind Medicine, MNMD, they did their 1 for 15 reverse split today. So the equivalent before the split is around 76 cents. Okay, so yeah, that's at 11.50. So just in case you woke up this morning, and because I know some of the guys at Trade Ideas have been talking about this one, and of course it had that I'm going to call it the so-called news a couple of last week. Anyway, this is so they've done their 1 for 15 reverse split. Can't get too excited about this, guys. I mean, the AUVI, I know it's up 12%, 20 cents, hardly any volume. I mean, I know it's up, but I just can't get too excited about it. Okay, so this Astra just kind of showed up now. You can see the little pop here. But again, it's such a cheap stock. I don't think the cheapies just don't seem to have the follow through right now. Not with the market that we're in. I suppose we should keep an eye on Nerve and ERV. Had a great day on Friday. This was a good trader on Friday in ERV. So the high was around 1092. So it's a little bit below that. I mean, it's not much below that. More importantly, though, look at the after hours action, that up to 12. So that mauve area right there for Nerve, the big pop right there at 330, closed at what, around $10, 1047. Then after hours got up to $12. So it's kind of holding. It is kind of holding, guys. So this could be active again. Decent volume already. All right, let's see if the analysts are still on vacation. I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, certainly don't have very many upgrades, a few more downgrades, but still not very many of either. So let me get them in. All right, that is it for the upgrades. All right, just a couple more to go. All right, there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, if we continue in a market like this, I might have to start looking at the races and just sort of flip the script a bit. Take a look at the ones that are moving down as opposed to just focusing on the ones that are moving up. I still have my 10-day daily breakdown, for myself to look at shorts, but all right, so let's take a little more in-depth analysis of this Brain's Way, 20% on FDA nod for depression therapy. So they are equipment makers. So this is not a drug, I guess. Non-invasive method to treat depression, transcranial magnetic stimulation. All right. Yeah, I'll take a look at JT, but yeah, I don't think so. I mean, who knows? But it's down 31% right now. I think the bloom is certainly off these guys. I mean, look at JFBR, MOB, PXMD, Onfo, Brush, BRSH, and the JZ. Well, there's a JZ up here, and there's the JFBR. All recent cheap structured IPOs. This Grin might be a little bit interesting, guys. Grindrod Shipping, or Grindrod, or Grindrod. I don't know. Anyway, Grin, Grin, decent volume, only 12.5 million in the float. When you look left, I guess it's got, where are we at? Sitting at 22.46. So yeah, I mean the next high is 23.80. Actually, that's quite a bit. So I mean maybe this one will have some, earnings surge on strong. This is on the 28th, of course. So if it had earnings on the 17th, yeah, I mean, of all the stocks I'm looking at, Grin maybe has the best potential just because of the gap, potential gap fill. What do we get up to in the pre-market? Again, I'm not saying to take it right now, of course, but 24.72, 24.75 in the pre-market it got up to, so it's pulled back quite a bit. But we're just kind of scrambling, looking for anything that might have, if you're looking to go long, Singaporean stock. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. It's going to look pretty bleak. I don't know what the price of oil is right now, but what it's done. But let's take a look at the major sectors. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then sector status, you might have to click on more to get to the sector status. But I'm going to think that everything is down, even oil. Okay, so even the energy plays. So if you're unfamiliar with what you're seeing here, what you're seeing are the major or major sectors. So for instance, here's the XLE, the major ETF for energy. Just give me one moment, please. So this is the major ETF for energy, XLE. So when you see seven, and usually it's all or nothing, but even on Friday, that wasn't the case. Not even on Friday, but wasn't the case on Friday. And what I mean by that is when you see the 72.22% in red, that means that 72% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. Okay, that's what that refers to. So you can see that there is not one positive sector. Okay, there is nothing over 50% as we speak. Okay, look at tech, 98% are down from Friday's close already. Financials, 83%, etc. It's interesting when I take a look at XLU. I mean, XLU is kind of the like, I mean, XLU, when you look at the other major sectors, I mean, it had a down day on Friday, but when you look at the other major sectors, I mean, again, typically these sort of stocks, people might buy when the market is kind of feeling in trouble, or people feel the market's in trouble, they'll buy this because a lot of those stocks dividend bearing. So XLU, but even XLU now, a little iffy. Yeah, OLB is holding its own so far. Pre-market really had any real big pullback. Only 7.2 million in the float, so it's certainly low float situation. Look at this, it's already traded the float, 12 million. Traded 38 million on Friday. Did have a pullback though. Got to the 200-day moving average, through it. And now I remember this one very well because it stalled basically right at that 200-day moving average. Just looking to see if anything else is, which is GLTO. It's only a 5% though. Excuse me, GLTO. And so the little bit of news, Galecto announces publication supporting the predictive role of galectin-3, et cetera, et cetera. So a little bit of news for these guys, GLTO this morning. But as William says, we're definitely, especially in something that has, well, I'm not saying this is no news, but he's seeing something moving higher on really no news, depending what the market does, of course, on the open, see what happens. Maybe we have a rally today, I don't know. But highly suspect to go long anything right now. Well, definitely this China, yeah, PDD is definitely bucking the trend here. I mean, it's still up, yeah, 6%, sorry, 11% with that float, 1.25 billion in the float on earnings. Zach is, hi Zach, CFVI on watch as just looking, I don't know who Tate is, so I don't know what you're talking about there. Somebody I'm supposed to know. Not really. There's no trade of the week. It's cash, Peter. Okay, stay in cash. Steve could not come up with a single stock that he wanted to put out there as a single stock. So he does that every now and then. Probably over the lifetime of his putting out the trades of the week, maybe 5 or 6 times. Yeah, the Triple M. That's right. You guys were with that lawsuit and the potential. Yeah, what a knockdown on that one. EEIQ. Yeah, I mean, I'm just low float, 3.5 million, down 16%. I don't see any specific news on it, but so Grin had a pop into the 23s, I think, GRIN, and then it pulled right back. Is that right? Yeah, so I mean, look at that. Got up to 23.19 and pulls back 60 cents just like that. All right, this is shortable for me. So how many shares? Oh, lots of shares, 400,000 at Interactive Brokers. Now, when I say that, it doesn't mean I want to short it right now or maybe ever. But, you know, if this market continues down, but OLB is definitely holding so far. Yeah, so the high is 258. The next high looking left is 258. That was in February earlier this year. Well, this year earlier, February at 258. So we're getting close to that. Well, the ASTR is moving, guys. The ASTR is moving. I think the last time I saw it was 108, so 113 now. I mean, we're again kind of grasping at straws and trying to find something here, but 122 looks like 122 is the next high looking left. And then we're talking 130, etc. Stock rises on spacecraft engine packed. So I guess there was a little bit of news for it. Yeah, OLB making another new high, guys. OLB making another new pre-market high. Now this one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, and when I say not shortable, I'm talking about the big red dot. Those of you with IB know what I'm talking about. So they won't even look for shorts for me. All right, so STBX, again, that was another one of those cheap IPOs that, I mean, I guess it did okay the day of. I guess it did more than okay. The problem is you could never buy it. I mean, it opened way above the IPO price, got halted almost immediately, and then it immediately surged up. Yeah, very difficult. Anyway, maybe trying to put in a little bit of, I mean, 9%. I mean, it's trying to put in a little bit of a bounce here, STBX. All right, guys, I guess, wow, we got less than 10 seconds. Where were you, William? Maybe I missed it. Okay, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. Let's see what's going to happen today. It could be very interesting. We've already had like the big down day on Friday. We're in for a negative open to start. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. Okay, so Grin is still well, it's active. Grin, 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 trying to get through 23 again. The issue now, though, it's getting pretty close to that high. 2388, getting closer. 2304, 2388 is the high. But remember what it did, guys. Remember, it got up to 23 and it pulled right back down to 2194. So now look at STBX, guys. Okay, STBX is on the move. STBX on the move. STBX definitely on the move here, guys. But it is really early. So what did it get to on Friday? 662 was the high. So at 6:30, and then after that, 940. Well, guys, Grin moved. Now I'm getting a problem here. Grin definitely moved. That next high, 2388, so it's getting close. I mean, if it takes out, somehow takes out 2388, man, the next high is 2661. So it definitely moved right off the bat. I'm not in it. Yeah, PDD is still strong, still strong. It's an impressive move for that float, 1.25 million in the float, billion in the float. That is impressive. Prison stock Geo on the move. Didn't see this one really in the pre-market. It really didn't do anything. Geo on the move, GEO on the move. Hey, I think uranium is hot again, guys. Take a look at URA. Take a look at the ETF for uranium. Take a look at CCJ, kind of the leader, CCJ. I mean, I'm not talking 10% or 20% moves, but it is some action definitely with CCJ. All right, what is the market doing right off the bat? A little bit of a green candle, not a big one. So NAS is down, Dow's down, of course, SPY's down. Well, Tau sat at that $6 level forever on Friday. If you We're seeing that one. Look at, I mean, look at this. It sat at $6 at that $6 level forever. China education stock, and moving here, moving. All right, well, there's your uranium stock right there, guys. CCJ, just mentioned it. Definitely risky, guys, but STBX, what did I say the next high was? 662. So it's a little bit above that high of Friday. 662 was the high on Friday. 940 was the high on Thursday. So it's on the move. I'm not in it. Could halt up, yeah. Let's see, I'm looking at the bid ask. Interesting. I mean, look at Tau, guys. I mean, that just hung around 6 forever on Friday. You look at the 15-minute chart. It just hung around that 6 level, did not budge. After hours, again, just hung around 6, did not budge. And now look at it. TAL. Meanwhile, OLB has given up a lot of its gains. OLB has given up a lot of its gains, still up 30%, but got as high as 252 and now down to 223. That's a big percentage move down. Boy, Cameco continues its surge, guys. So uranium today, URA. You're looking at not looking at an individual stock, but want to play the ETF. Here is URA. Interesting level for TEL, guys. It is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown right at the 200-day moving average, right on top of it. $3.80, $2 is the 200-day. So it's sitting right on top of it. All right, I don't know if Bitcoin's having a bit of a pop here, but here's Mara. Mara is trying to come back here a little bit. Was down in the pre-market, but trying to come back. Mara, M-A-R-A. Riot's probably doing the same thing. Take a look at Riot. Yeah, Riot. And so what is Bitcoin doing? BITO. Look at the ETF. A little bit of a pop for it, for BITO. STBX is right back, but I mean, really, guys, you're going to take this one. Got to be very careful. 666 or 662, I think was that high? Yeah, 662. So it's above that high now. CMRX. Yeah, I saw the monkeypoxers down big. So they win a 12.6, okay, wow, $126 million Department of Health and Services contract. That's a big, seems like a big deal for CMRX. Here's your headline. Seems like a big deal. As Zach was pointing out, coming into a bunch of like a big resistance area. But the monkeypox stocks are just getting trashed here, guys. Though SIGA did okay, maybe in real, I don't know. I don't know if that was a monkeypox CMRX, if that is all to do with monkeypox, that 126 million, but well, STBX, guys, yeah, I mean the next high is nine something. What did I say? Nine something? 940. Market's putting a little bit of a green bar to start. Nerve, guys, NERV, keep an eye on this one. Keep an eye on this one, especially if it takes out. I mean, it's not that far from Friday's high. It did hit about 12 something after hours. Yeah, 12:08 or so after hours on Friday. Well, STBX is definitely going without me, but well, look at Nerve, guys. NERV challenging the high on Friday. Not talking about the after hours high, but the high on Friday, challenging it 1090. Meanwhile, Cameco continues to move here, guys. CCJ uranium. Let's take a look left. So the next high is looks like around 29, but if it can take that out, boy, the next high is up at 31.57. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it still has some room to run. Actually, I didn't realize this was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, STBX, not that many shares, but 19,000. Okay, Avaya, AVYA, had an interesting few days from 78 up to, so almost a double, basically a double in about 4 days. Okay, yeah, somebody was mentioning Weber, WEBR, so through the 200-day moving average, barely. Challenging 10, the next high looking left is 1033. If somehow it gets through that, then you're looking at 1164 as the next high. So I think it's probably a meme stock today, perhaps. There's Grin, guys, Grin, GRIN, 20, 2388. So it's almost at that high of 2388. After that, the next high is, wow, 2661. So Oh, look at nerve, right back down to 9. Whoa. The uranium stock, UEC, cheaper than CCJ, coming into some resistance probably, but boy, that CCJ absolutely exploding here, guys. I mean, now the next high, I mean, it's way up here, 31.46, the next high for CCJ. Well, this Stbx continues. I mean, it's been choppy. I mean, it's been had some big percentage pullbacks, but it's still looking pretty strong. Again, the next high looking left is 940. Yeah, spread's not great for Grin. 2403, 2420, not a great spread right now for Grin. Cabba. I haven't seen Cabba for a while. I had that some wild days, 137 up to 215. So CABA, not a crazy low float, 26 million in the float. So this could be interesting. Cabba takes out that 214. What happens if it does? Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of resistance though. Right around that level. And not that long ago in April? Right around April. So I'm not that wild about it now. Got earnings on the 11th, so there's no news today that I can see. All right, for you Sava watchers, guys, Sava's a high on Friday was 30.34. Right there. The next high after that is 33.33. So it's got some room. If it takes out that high on Friday of 30.34, that is SAVA. All right, let's take a look at Zac's Navi, see what's happening with it. An AVI. Yeah, really no action, a little bit of action in the pre-market. Didn't really trade much though. I guess that's the issue. So looking left, where's the next low looking left as opposed to looking to the next high? Looks like the next low is 1493, so around 15. Yeah, so might struggle to get through 15. All right, HDSN on the way down here, the 10-day daily breakdown, but it looks, it's hard for me to get too excited about this one. Looks like 9 could be some support. Could be some support. if there's any news on this one. Okay, guys, so I'm watching as the races progress throughout the day, building a top 10 list. Shopify, SHOP, a little bit of a move here. Next high looking left is 34.59. So about $1.50 to that next high for Shopify, SHOP. Yeah, so Weber still hasn't taken out 10 yet. Boy, these uranium plays. There's another one, URG, coming right into the 200-day moving average. Man, if it can get through that, what's the next high? 157 from 134. See if there's been any pullback for URA. Not really. Look at, I mean, uranium is strong right now. Oh, nicely done on the Stbx short. Not shortable for me now. They've been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. 732, almost a dollar drop. I mean, I wish all this weren't here. The CMRX, I mean, obviously on the surface looks like really interesting news for sure. 250, but it looks like it's got a lot of resistance between that 250 and 270. And it's not a low float, 73 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. And I may listen. I mean, it may blow right through all this. I mean, if it does, I mean, look, it's got a ton of room. I mean, if it can get up to that 3 level, I mean, then it's got a lot of room. But lots of shorts available also at Interactive Brokers for that one, 2 million. Okay, my guess is Weber. Yeah, so Weber's now at 10, guys. 1003, 1006 now, through that 200-day moving average. Gets through that next high, which is 1033, then, man, 1163. So I'm sure the memers are all over this one today. Big, big, big short float percent. Low float, big short float percent. We have a halt. No, on the way down. Oh, Jay-Z on the way down. I thought I saw it. I thought, oh, maybe it's starting to move, but yeah, on the way down. All right, so Megel, MEGL, another one of those structured IPOs with low float, low IPO price that went crazy in a couple of days. Trying to pop a little bit here, MEGL. Well, hey, I'll put a price alert for at 291 for CMRX. Nerve is you got to have nerves, guys, on this one. Seriously, I know I'm not trying to be funny, but because look how erratic, got up to 1080, pulled all the way back down to underneath 10 to 1070. So you've just got to be really careful with something like this. You're going to take this. Well, my advice: heart like fewer shares, wider stops. Otherwise, if you put stops in, and obey them, you're going to get whipped out of this in and out unless you put wider stops. ENVX guys. So ENVX. High looking left, 24.84. So it's got about 60 cents, ENVX, to the next high. Well, I didn't even see that reel. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So we don't talk about how much we make or how many shares we take. Sava guys, I mean, if you're into this one, it's holding 30, holding 30. The high was 30.34. And what did it get to today? Got up to 30.30. So you can see how important sometimes, just look left, see where the next high is. If it can't get through it, that could stall. So again, I'll put an alert around 30.39, price alert for Sava at that area, because if it can get through that, then I mean, it's got room to the 33.33 level. I mean, look at Stbx now. Wow. And that's why, I mean, you got to be so careful with these right now. Well, Appa's on the move, guys. APA, obviously, energy play. APA's on the move. And when you look left, the next high looks like around $44. So APA on the move, certainly not a low float. AHI, I did see that you mentioned it earlier, Zach. AHI. Oh yeah, that's why it's not showing up any of my scans under a dollar. But another challenging one is this Indo with that float, 3.7 million in the float, but it's trying to hold 10. And the lady is pronouncing it ahi. For those of you who have been to Hawaii, I'm sure you know what this is. Ahi, ahi, little tuna. AHI. So there you go. So it is over a dollar now. So what happens? Well, this is what I see. I mean, it may not happen, but looks like a lot of resistance between here and 118. Of course, if you got it underneath a dollar. You're laughing. All right, I'll take a look at GCT, another one of those structured IPOs with the low float and low IPO price. All right, guys, the AZRE became shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, 34,000 now. So I'm gonna watch this one now, see if because this is CEO resigning, after only being in office for about a couple of months. I think I think the press release said he started in July, so maybe even less than a couple of months, and he just resigned. So, and it is shortable for me now. It wasn't shortable earlier. Come on down. Whoa. Morning, Mohammed. Yeah, if you have relative volume in the pre-market, any pre-market scans, you won't get any data. Okay, so you can have it as if you have it as a column, it won't make any difference. But yeah, you cannot have relative volume as a filter in the pre-market. You cannot have relative volume as a filter in the pre-market. So, for instance, you'll notice. So if you look at the filters I'm using, these are my pre-market. This is what I use in the pre-market. So if you look at the filters, no relative volume, okay? You cannot have relative volume in the pre-market if you want to see data. Okay, and that's just the way it is. There's no way I can increase resolution, Ron. I'm in high definition. Has it been always blurry or just today? Unless everybody tells me that the screen is blurry, there's not much I can do. Okay, so it's got to be on your end, Ron. But the question really is, was it blurry on Friday? So, I'm getting a couple of comments saying it's not blurry, so it's got to be on your end. Nothing I can do on my end. All right, okay, AZRE guys. This was my number one look in the pre-market, but there were no shares available for me to short. And now, oh man, this is listen, guys, here's a big tip. I mean, I don't know if it's obvious or not. When you see a press release in the pre-market where a CEO is abruptly resigning, if you've got shorts, you really have to pay attention. AZRE showed up in the pre-market. Okay, Ron, number one. So, so what I did was I put a thumbnail. Okay. Now it also showed up. One of the scans I am still sharing is the basic new highs and lows, but that showed up in the pre-market. Okay, there it is in the pre-market. So when I clicked on it in the pre-market, I always want to see if there's any news associated. And that's when it said that the CEO basically resigned and it only started in July. So you see something like that, you gotta watch it. Okay, well, it's at an important level now. The AHI is at an important level. Okay, Nerve now is at the, whoa, too late. Nerve is now above the pre-market or the high on Friday, market high on Friday. Now it's trying to challenge the after hours high, which is 1206. It's about $1 away. But it's been, it's been a challenge to take this one. I did not take it. I know some took it, but you had to have a wide stop. Otherwise, you're just going to get stopped out. I mean, this did show up also on the 10-day daily breakdown, but late. You did obviously some of the filters weren't met until 675 when it hit 675. But when you guys were hearing me talk about it, it was just over 7. I think it was over in 710. And that's when I glanced and I looked at my IB and the miracle happened. There were shorts available. Wow, congrats on the AHI. Yeah, AHI. I mean, that, my area of resistance was absolutely nothing. Huge move, huge percentage move. Nice one, Zach. I know you talked about it before it hit $1. I was reluctant when it hit $1. I just thought that I thought when I looked left, I saw all this at around 118 or so. Didn't matter. This has earnings such as they're going to be, I suppose, tomorrow, pre-market. Oh man. Just got to be careful if you know chasing this one right now. The big deal right now, I guess, is that after hours high. So if it somehow gets there, where are we? Let's back this out a lot and just see where we are. So 1179. Wow, look at this right up here. So that's back in November of last year. Oh, AZRE guys. I mean, hope someone took it. Hope. I mean, look at this. What a collapse. Not a lot of short covering at Interactive Brokers either. There's still 33,000. And now look at this. It's an all-time low. Okay, I've just covered some now, guys. You know, just in case it can't get through that sixth level, and we're still far enough away, but so even if you waited, you know, to 675 on the 10-day daily breakdown, I mean, getting down to 620, great percentage move. And at that point, I think it was an all-time low. And again, guys, look at the nerve, okay? I mean, you got to be awfully careful. I mean, the nerve got up to what, almost 12, 1182, pulls right back down to 11. So look at, you know, the high flyer earlier, OLB. Yeah, that's a big pullback, 251 back down to 2. You guys were long. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. CLAR. Can't remember. It doesn't look like there was any bounce at all for CLAR. This was a short all day on Friday, and now a continuation. The first, yeah, and the reason why I did put this basic new highs back because if we're or basic new highs and lows, and especially on the low side, just because of the nature of the market right now. We're certainly in a gloomy market again, so I wanted to have some action other than I'm not finding that by flipping these races right now anyway, it hasn't been worthwhile for me. So anyway, to answer your question, IG, somebody asked, when did I first understand that I was watching it anyway from the pre-market? So I mean, we were alerted to it in the pre-market, but on the basic new highs and lows at 720. Oh, brother. I'm going to regret taking any off at that 625 level, 625 level from 710. I mean, all-time low right now. I mean, here's your news guide. When you see something like this, the resignation effective immediately. The guy just started July 1st. So, I mean, you see something like that, you got to pay attention. Wow, look at this, 581 now. No, there's nothing holding it up. I mean, it's an all-time low. I mean, I'm sure there's like people like myself going to be short covering in a while. I mean, I just don't know how much further this is going to go. Got a New Delhi, India stock. All right, guys, I'm just kind of keep an eye on the grin. Grin is kind of holding here. If it takes out 24 again. Take a look at uranium. See the uranium ETF. Has it pulled back at all? Whoops. Not really. It's still holding here. How's CCJ doing? Yeah, CCJ looking just like the URA. All right, guys, I've covered most of the AZRE now. You know, just underneath 6. I don't want to get too greedy on this. All right, guys, I'm just now turning my attention maybe to the grin. See if it can take out that 24 level. BCPH, what the heck is this? Look at, I don't know what happened here. I don't know what happened here. I can't really remember. I mean, this was up at 36 and down to 9. Is that real? Let me check the date here. Yeah, it looks real. That's the next day. So it's not like this. Sometimes you see a chart like this and you have to check the date to see if they're contiguous. Maybe there was a huge gap and it changed symbols or something like that, a new company. It looks like this was a catastrophe on that day. DCPH. Boy, you can see though if it, I mean, look, put a price alert, 1740 for it. I'm not saying it's going to ever happen, maybe not happen today, but you can see if it can ever take that area out. I mean, look at the potential gap fill. And that is for the DCPH. So trading higher after Cowan, put a started coverage on them, put a $25 price target on them. Okay. All right, guys. Wow, wow. I don't have very much of this left. AZRE. Just held on just in case, but I don't have very much left. Short of the day, guys. Really, wow. If you had shorts available. Now, this one just GDYN. Okay, so I mean, there's some news on it. Expands operation in Poland with opening of new Warsaw location, but this is not certainly not helping the stock. All right, guys, let's take a look at Fling, FLNG. The grid looks interesting. I mean, the longer it holds, 24. It does have the next high around 24.80-ish. Is that right? Sorry, 23.8. I'm sorry. That's right now. So yeah, definitely keep an eye on the grid. That was the level 23.88. So now the next high is 26.61. So a couple of $2.50 or so till that next high. So keep an eye on the grin. Longer it holds this 24 level. Hasn't really had any severe pullbacks. All right, guys, 10:24. So I think I'll just start my little spiel. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. My name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. I didn't see that, Rob, but thank you for that. I did not see that regarding Grin. Just check that again. I don't. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I didn't. You know what it is? I don't know if that's just hitting IB at 9 o'clock. So when I was seeing this happening earlier, I did not see that, but at $21. But yeah, plus a $5 what? Special dividend. Okay. All right. So interesting. All right, I put my homepage link in. Sorry, I think I did it twice. There we go. Okay, I put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So we have a great promo on right now. First place 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium annual, 2,000, standard annual, 1,000, less the 25%. The big difference is the AI. Not one interesting one today, the GSAT. That's the wow. Look at nerve. I mean, guys, you've got to be careful on it though because it's up and down, up and down, up and down in ERV. So that's the big difference between premium and standard. Now, what I would do is this: do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always start off with a monthly, go month to month. In the first month, you'll get that 25% discount. If within 30 days you decide, well, you know what, I wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 25%, okay? Also, if anybody right now is on a monthly and wanting to get an annual, we'll honor the 25%, okay? So it's not just for anybody new. But start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the product, you know, and as long as you do it within 30 days of taking out this subscription, you know, we'll honor the 25%. And I say that because you've got to look at the terms and conditions of a refund and an annual. I feel very badly for some people who, you know, they take out an annual and 2 months later, you know, maybe things change for them and they don't want it anymore for whatever reason. They're looking for a refund. They're not going to get one. Okay. So that's why I'm saying start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the product, you want the product. And of course, as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do this. Let's get started. Okay. It goes over the download and installation. There are 10 videos, short videos, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them. You must do that. On my homepage, now they're telling me this is getting fixed. I hope it is. You can sign up for my daily stock of the day video that I do at noon every day. Also, you can sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This month's trade of the week, there is none. Okay, Steve suggested just keeping in cash. Could not come up with a single stock. The last two, you know, people might say, well, the last two didn't work. Well, it's not that they didn't work, then they did not trigger, if that makes sense. When you get the email, you'll see the suggested way of trading, and it says, you know, don't take the trade unless it gets to this price. The last two never got to that price. So not that they didn't work, this didn't get to the price. But this week he decided, you know what? Safer to be just in cash. Education section. Click on the user guide. So again, if you're new, you should have done the getting started. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about the stock racing. Okay, at the very least, get those down. Okay. Afterwards, you know, you can take a look at price alerts and sound alerts and all that, but don't get too hung up on, you know, how big the user guide is. Again, alert windows. Well, first of all, you should have done the getting started. Alert windows, top list windows, and the racing, the stock racing. I'm going to go over the racing in a lot more detail in a bit. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support. So today being Monday, I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. I'll confirm that. Also, Chris is in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30. Then Chris in our YouTube room is there between Monday and Friday, between 3:30 and 4:30. We're back. I believe we're back to a normal schedule this week. Let me make sure of that. So there could be. I don't know if it's. I don't know if we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week or the Tuesday, Thursday. Let me just do a confirmation. But regardless of what it is, you can sign up for them all here. And then back to basics. Okay, this is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Put this together. If you are new to trading, please, this is free. Okay, if you're new to trading, you should really take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? They're short videos. Boy, look at this nerve go. But again, it's a nervy one. So click here. Oh, sorry, I should go back here. Here are my scans. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. So I've got a couple of races. The race that you see here, these are a little more volatile. Then I've got a race for large cap ones that are not as volatile, might be a little more relaxing for people, especially if you're new to trading. I've got the 10-day daily breakdown and breakout. This is this right here, okay? There's where the AZRE even showed up at 675. Now, the single stock window, this is this single stock window that you see here. This is customizable. This is what I like to see, okay? But this is customizable. All the what you see here, these are just filters that we have, okay? So you can add any filter into your, so in other words, if you wanted to see the shares outstanding or maybe a little bit more about financials, quarter to quarter, things like that, but this is all customizable. This is what I like to see. So that's what you see here. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. You'll hear me talk about halts resumes. When a stock gets halted, 99.9% of the time, you'll see it in this halts resume scan. And then of course, when it resumes, you see it. Momentum. So I've got a few, I still have a few alert windows that I am sharing. So there's a momentum scan. Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. What I would call this for advanced traders only. This is looking for stocks that have maybe gone parabolic on the way up, and so you're looking to short them, or maybe parabolic on the way down, and you're looking for a bounce. Okay. And then I also have the basic new highs and lows. Now, I also added this one today for me. I hadn't had this one up and running, but I thought, you know what? If I'm going to be looking at stocks to potentially short, I should probably have the basic new highs just for an idea, or sorry, the basic new lows. So that is where I actually saw the AZRE at 720. Now, I saw it in the pre-market, but I had an alert here at 720 also. And speaking of it, look at the NERV. I mean, not easy. It's certainly not easy, but now it's above the Friday's high, or the Friday after hours high, I believe. Yes. 1203, I believe, was the after hours high on Friday. Now it's way above it. So those are the scans that I am sharing. So my advice, save my link. Then you can look at the education. You can look at my scans that I'm sharing. You can look at all this other information that's on my homepage anytime you want. If you save my link. Okay, guys. So now I just want to show you what our channel bar is all about. So I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of, well, first of all, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. However, we do have a bit of a special relationship if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay, so I put a link called Brokerage Plus. In that link, there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window called Brokerage Plus in order to trade from within Trade Ideas. Only if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Please don't ask me about any other brokerages, TDA. I have no idea when or if that's going to happen. It's not that we don't want it to happen, but it's you get the question all the time. So right now it's just IB or E-Trade. Now to load Brokerage Plus, if you click on New from our toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus, there it is. And this is the window that will load. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, not available. The second video in that link I showed you goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Okay. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. Okay. If you're new to trading, or even if you're not new, but you've got maybe some strategy that you're trying to create and you want to see how well it might work, okay, you can use our simulator just to check it out. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is because it's not using your broker data. And in fact, you don't even need a broker. Okay, it's using our real-time data. So, I mean, if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you're set to go. And it's really simple to use. When you load it, for you, it should say not connected. So you click on the SIM and the Brokerage Plus. You'll see there's two options underneath. One is live and one is SIM. Click on SIM. That'll change to account. Click on the account, and then you'll see simulated trading default will pop up. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Super simple. You click on an alert. See, I just clicked on Nerve. The symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. Okay. We've also, though, see that buy button? So we've created a very simple way in order to take a trade by clicking on the buy button. We created, I don't want to call it a strategy, but what happens is if you click the buy button, it'll buy $5,000 worth, at whatever price you want. So you could obviously do it at the current price, or maybe you wanted to take it on a pullback, or maybe you wanted to take it if it above the current price. If you thought if it breaks out to this to a certain level, I want to take the trade. And what it does is it'll take the trade and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. Okay, this is just to get you started. Okay, we wanted to make it very simple for people who are new to get the idea of clicking on a buy button and have it just execute almost immediately for you. So watch what happens. Let's take our VPH. Say though you wanted to take it only if it pulled back to 153. Okay, it's run a bit, but maybe if it pulls back to this level where it looks like it's a support level. So if I click on the buy button, I'll see a crosshairs. I just move it to the level I want, and then left click to get to sort of exit it. And you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. There it is. So there's a blue line that appears on the chart. And at 153, hard to see because the stop at the low of the day is pretty close to that stop or to that price. It looks like it's 150. Now you don't have to, of course, obey that particular stop. You can move it down. But just to show you, how you can use the buy button to quickly practice some trading. That's all it is. It's not a strategy. Because I know that a lot of people like to take a trade if it pulls back to a certain level. Now you could even adjust that also, if you wanted to say, well, okay, maybe as is trading, maybe I want to, pull back to a different level. You can always adjust these lines right on the chart. But just right now, just to get used to trading, just to click that buy button and see what happens. Of course, you could always just do it call it the old-fashioned way. You click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, and you can do it that way also. Meanwhile, guys, this NERV, yeah, I mean, this is now. Where was that next high looking left? I did my video on this one on Friday. But I said if I could take out that 10.8, that level right there, that 858 level, it could really run. It certainly did on Friday, and it's great continuation. But certainly was challenging. Meanwhile, look at the OLB, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Like not shortable. The big red dot, those of you with Interactive Brokers, you know what I'm talking about. Now, sitting right on the 200-day moving average, right on it. All right, guys, I'm totally out of the AZRE, totally out of it now, as it's poking its head above 6. That is on the short, of course. Now, it's really interesting here, and as big as gainers from the open, that nerve has not showed up. Well, it showed up, but it didn't win a race. So let's talk about the races now, guys. Yeah, it's interesting that it didn't show up. Another great reason why I want them to eventually have a top 3 list. Nerve may have finished second, 10 times in a row. I don't know if it did, but anyway, let's talk about the races. So every race is started from a top list window, okay? So this is the race that you see here. This is a top list window. So what is it looking for? Very, very few filters. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum volume. Has to be up at least 2% from the close, okay? So it's positive stocks. That's it, okay? So if a stock meets all of those requirements, it could show up in the race, but I'm sort of jumping ahead of myself. Before we had races, we did have this, of course, we had the top list windows. Now, a top list window, before we had races, I mean, the function of it was really just to kind of rank stocks. So for instance, if I wanted to, if I wanted to see what stocks were up the most today, change from the close on Friday. So you can sort on any one of these column headers. If I double left click rapidly on the change close a percent, I'm going to see that AHI is up the most from Friday's close, 51%. Then there's Nerve at 24%, Stbx, etc. Okay, that's all well and good. It's ranking. If you want to know that information, if I want to see the ones that are up the most from the open today, there's Nerve 31%, AHI again. You can use a top list to rank stocks. But how do you trade that? I mean, how do I know if Nerve is moving right now? I could try to stare at that 31.7 and maybe see if it's moving to 32, 34, 35. But again, I'd be pretty crazy to have to do that all day long, kind of stare at numbers to see if they're moving. So that's where the races come into. When a race starts, and I'm running a race every 4 minutes, I've chosen 4 minutes as something, there's no rhyme or reason to it, really. I mean, it's not that four is magical. Some of the guys at Trade Ideas are running 3 minute races. Some of them are running 5 minute races. Some of the defaults we've got are 10 minute races. I chose four and I'm sticking with it. Okay. So what does it mean? So right now you see there's a 4 minute race and it's running down and we're at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, 2:38, etc. When this race is over, a new one will begin, right? Automatically, okay? That'll happen all day long. So what that means is let's just say we're now in a new race. We're just starting off with a new race. Well, nerve could be moving, but I wouldn't necessarily know that. But what if CGC, for whatever reason, at 7.8% is really starting to move, really starting to move? It's going from 7.8 when the race starts, we're going from 7.8% to 8% to 10% to 12%. In other words, relative to every other all the other stocks, it is moving. Okay, it's got relative strength compared to every all the other stocks. And what will happen is that stock will start to float to the top. You'll see it start to move, and as I call it, it'll move to the top of the leaderboard. If it's the one, these percentages refer to how much a stock has moved since the race started. So nothing exciting right now. Only one point. This stock ISPO 1.38% since the race started. It means it's not incredibly exciting, but you could click on it and see what's happening. See if there's, is it an interesting looking pattern, etc. Okay. Obviously, what you'd love to see is something that's 5, 6, 8%. That means it's really moving since the race started. What happens though? It automatically creates a top 10 list. You'll notice that in the number one position for this one, Stbx, it says 4. That means Stbx today has won 4 races. SNTG has won 2 races. As I said, Nerve, even though it is almost at the top of the change from the open, not almost, it is, but it didn't win any races. So that's why, it never showed up here. I don't want to call that it's not a bug, but what I've asked them to do eventually is to have a top 3 list. In other words, stocks that finish in the top 3 the most over the course of the day. We shouldn't penalize a stock just because it doesn't win a race. It might have finished second 10 times, as an example. But what this does is it creates a watch list for you automatically. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I'm going to get rid of this. If you're new to Trade Ideas, one of the problems can be that you look and you want to create all sorts of different alert windows. You don't want to miss anything. And I understand that, we all go through that. But focusing on maybe one scan and having it create a watch list for you to watch all day long, will really get you to focus, really get you to focus. So for instance, look at AKLI, only won one race. Click on it, see what's happening. I'm not saying, what if it were just kind of consolidating and you're looking at it and going, it's just kind of consolidating. Maybe I should, put a price alert a little bit above the consolidation, see if it takes it out, or even put a buy order in, above the consolidation, and just see if I'm not saying this is doing that, but it could have been, the CMRX. What if CMRX it won a race early, had that news, and now look at it right now. Maybe and it's probably just looking to see if it's starting to move up the leaderboard on this. But this turns into a watch list, a really finite, like 10 stocks that you can watch all day long, instead of flipping around, clicking on alerts left and right, all the different alert windows that you may have created. This creates just a great watch list for you all day long. The other thing it can do is that at the end of the day, take a look at the top 3 and say, wow, okay, maybe I should be following these stocks tomorrow. A stock that won 14 or 15 races today probably deserves to be followed tomorrow, as an example. Nerve is a great example. Nerve probably won 20 races on Friday, based on what it did. Okay. So obviously, Nerve should have been followed today. Now look what happened. So I think the races give you kind of the best of both worlds. You have a top list of stocks that are interesting to you, but that you could never follow every one of them. Allow the race to tell you which ones are strong. Okay, giving you real-time alerts basically as the stock starts moving up. You don't have to wait for a race to be over, in order to click on it. You start to see a stock move up, click on it. I mean, this has another minute and 30. Click on FPay, see what's happening. You look at this, oh, okay. I mean, it's got some room, I suppose, to the $3 level, 318. I'm not saying to take the trade now, but that's why you've got to practice. Okay, you've got to practice trading. So in conjunction with, getting you to focus on one scan and then using the simulator to practice, I think this will really, really help you guys. I was just talking about the CMRX. I'm just talking about it. A little pullback. Now it's making a new high for the day. And you can see that, I mean, if it could ever take out this through 290, which is not that far away from it, I mean, then you start looking left. You'll hear me use this expression all the time. Look left, look left, look left. Because if a stock takes out, it gets to the high of the day, then you have to start looking left to say, well, where could it stall? And so you start looking left on a daily chart and you start to see, well, there's some action right around 278 a couple of days. And then there's, a few days ago, early August, 290. You can kind of see if it can ever take out all this. Then you start looking left, and the next high is 432. I mean, that's far enough away from 3 that if we could ever do that, start to fill in this void, that would be such an excellent return. And again, when I say look left, and I say, oh, look, the next high looking left is a certain number, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance stopping it. A lot of other reasons, of course, why stock is not going to continue going up. Profit taking, there's maybe certain fib levels. Always know where the 200-day moving average is, know where the VWAP is. That's why you got to practice trading. Get a feel for it. Boy, that grin really took a header. Okay, so the market's, drifting down a little bit here. A little bit more, actually. Boy, that NAS is still down quite a bit. Dow's. So this is how many days now? This 3 or 4 days in a row? Actually, no, it was the big day down on Friday. So we actually had a couple up days before that. But definitely, that's a big red candle on Friday, of course. Will 400 hold? And what's kind of interesting about the races also is that out of nowhere, some stock can just start to fly to the top of the leaderboard, okay, or at the top of the list. Out of nowhere, some stock that hasn't appeared at all, especially in the afternoon, we see that, just out of nowhere. Now, again, this is my race, guys, and I'm also sharing, the big cap gainer, large cap gainers. You're not going to get the huge percentage moves, but they're maybe a little bit, I don't want to say easier to trade, but they're not as volatile. Okay. So these are the two races that I'm sharing, but I would encourage you, when you go to the guide, check out the TI stock race. There's a lot of information there. You can obviously create your own races based on what you want to see. You could create your own race based on symbols that you want to see. You might have a watch list of maybe 30 or 40 symbols, companies that you like to follow. You can create, a watch list or a symbol list, as we call it, attach it to the top list and run the races based just on the symbols that you like to follow, as an example. But again, I am sharing two races. So if you're looking for stocks, again, that are going to give you big potential percentage moves, this race will certainly do it. And let's go to our toolbar and click on new and the dock channel bar. And I'll show you. These are all theme-based channels. So this explosive winners channel, as an example, has a race. And the race is in essence the same race as mine. All I did is I took this and I said, you know what, I'd rather have a higher minimum volume. I changed the price range. So of course you can customize it as you see fit. But this race here is in essence, well, it's the same principle as this race that you see here that I'm sharing. A lot of people like the momentum channel. So for instance, this is a excuse me, a momentum alert window. Okay, well, we call it momentum. It's an alert window. So with trade ideas, you can create the event. So this is the event. If I right click, configure, and click on summary. So what this scan is looking for, if the price is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, and a minimum 100,000 shares, etc. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so that is what this is showing you. So you might say, well, wait a minute, it says 1057. When you load if you actually created a scan and you load it right now, you usually will see the last one that happened. So at 1057, that's when obviously that's when it hit that high of 2861. Okay, if GLP or another stock makes a new high for the day with those other filter requirements satisfied, then we'll see a real-time alert. Now, if you like this scan, you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. And it showed up on another monitor. Okay, so here it is, free floating. So if you like it exactly the way it is, then you right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. Now, you might look at there's the ERES, just made a new high. And there's the GLP, back up to that 2862, so it made a new high. So if you like the scan exactly the way it is and you save it to the cloud, okay, duplicate it into the free floating window first and then save it to the cloud, or right click configure. And you might look at this and go, well, I like it, but I want a different price range. So you can customize it, of course. So let's make it 10 and 100. 1 and 50. Click on the summary, you'll see it right there, and then you say okay, and now you can save it to the cloud. Okay, so if you like it the way it is, duplicate it into a free floating window, save it to the cloud, or you can make an adjustment and then save it to the cloud. Okay, So we've created a lot of different scans here. You can take a look at the different alert windows that we've got, our top list windows. Now I do caution you though, you don't want to have so many alert windows and top list windows open that you have so many things that you're looking at and you're not getting anything done. And that's why, I'll really try to hammer the point home. If you're new, I would concentrate on a race. It gives you, again, the best of both worlds, combining a top list and an alert window. Afterwards, if you want to have maybe a couple of alert windows and a top list, okay, or a race, okay, but do not, okay, well, I've got 10 alert windows, I've got 3 top windows, and I got 4 races going. You'll never get anything done. You'll just be clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Of course, if you want to make your own scans, you can. If I take an alert window that I've got and I right click, excuse me, configure, and instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. And when you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons, okay? There's a new high and a new low, but we've got a ton of them, all right? And if I scroll down, these icons are our filter icons. So, but don't get hung up on how many we have. We have so many because when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So they try to create enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers, with all the different types of trading styles out there, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on that. Because that happens. We get people saying, "I can't learn all these. How can I learn your program?" You don't have to. All right, guys. So let's take a look at what else is happening here. All right, guys. Well, I'm watching Nerve now. I mean, it's holding 20. Yeah, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, right back at it. So, Yeah, yes, you're absolutely right. It won 4 times. It's interesting that it's only won twice here. Well, I guess I'll be doing my video on nerve again today, unless something dramatically changes. You know what, guys? AZRE is actually having a nice little bounce here. Might flip the script for me here. AZRE got a ton of room, of course. I mean, the news is still there. It's very damaging, but it is trying to bounce. I know it showed up in Zach's bounce scan. Well, nerve is a very difficult one, digital eye. If you're new, when you say you're new to this, are you talking about new to trading in general? I mean, nerve is a very, very difficult one to trade. Okay, I mean, it's a lot of because of the float. It's a very, very low float. So you're new to trade ideas. Okay, well, I mean, you could have. What caught my eye, honestly? I mean, I was not in this one all the way up here because I just felt it was too unnerving. That little it is not quite a red bar ignored, not quite, but right here you're just kind of chasing it. Okay, in my opinion, you're just kind of chasing it, chasing it, chasing it. You can get lucky, but I can tell you, I mean, it got up to what 1170, and then it pulled back down to dropped a dollar. It got up to what 1223, and at one point I know it dropped another dollar. You don't really see that action. I had to have probably a 5 minute chart to show you, but wasn't easy. But even late, a 13 break for me was what if you heard me, I said, guys, this looks like it's trying to hold 13. I'm very, trying to hold 13. I'm not going to ever tell anybody to buy anything. This is a very tough one, though, because it can be very, very whippy. But right there on that little red bar right there, to me, that signified a bit of a pause in the trend. It's not quite a red bar ignored. And then, looking at this now, I mean, sure, in retrospect, it's worked great. It was no guarantee, though. No shorts available for me. But if you're new to trade ideas, I would really, really recommend that you just, excuse me, that you concentrate on the races. I really recommend it, okay? And again, if you missed, what I was talking about a lot earlier, you go to my home page. Just give me a moment. I'm going to put all these links in. So if you go to my home page, you click on it and go to the guide section. So click on the guide section, I'm sorry, the education section, and now click on the user guide. And listen, I really recommend that you take a look at this TI stock race, okay? Great explanations. I think about 3 or 4 videos on the site or in this section, lots of text, explaining what it's all about. Take the time. It might take you 10 minutes or so. Take the time to understand what the races are all about and why we think they are, the way to use trade ideas. And I'm not saying that the race that you see here is the be all and the end all. Okay. It's what I like to see. Well, that's why you got to practice digital eye. Okay. That's why you got to practice. When you see something moving up the leaderboard, winning a race or moving up the leaderboard, yeah, you're absolutely right. Doesn't mean, oh, it's winning a race, I guess I should take the trade right now. But I think you said that you have some trading experience. So when you click on the alert, look what it's doing. Okay. I mean, FPay, but I mean, check to see what pattern is it coming from? Does it have room, when you look left to keep going before it hits a high? All sorts of things like that. But this gives you the focus to see stocks that are interesting. Okay. And something happened right here. I'm not sure what. And then what happens is it builds this great top 10 list of a watch list that you can watch these stocks now all day long. AVYA, it's pulling back. Maybe it's pulling back right to that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Maybe that's your style of trading. When I say you, I'm just talking to everybody. Maybe that's your style, a person's style of trading. Looking at that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, pulls back to it, see what happens there. So it is not something's winning a race or is moving up that you automatically just take the trade, but it allows you to focus on stocks. So hey, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to put myself on mute. I got to follow this internal discussion. So just give me a moment. I mean, this is just stunning. I mean, probably a thought on Friday, how could we have a bigger candle today? Well, look at this so far anyway. But looks like it's about the same size. I don't even remember. Yeah, here, my homepage, Digital Eye, my homepage. Go to the education section. Ah, sorry guys, I think I may have. Gotta enter the room again. I think. All right, give me a moment. I don't know if you guys can. I know in YouTube you can hear me, but I think I have to go into the room again. Hmm. All right, guys. I think yeah, the screen is black. Just give me a moment, okay? I've got two versions of the room open, so I've got an echo. Just give me a moment. All right, should be there. Screen is the screen black for everybody? No, it's back. Okay. So yeah, go to education and then just give me a moment. Okay, so go to the education section on my home page and then go to the user guide and then where it says TI stock racing, okay? Lots of information there. Take the time to do it. Anybody, not just yourself, Digital Live, but anybody. I mean, I can talk about it, but it's great to have a guide that you can refer to. Wow, look at Grin. Interesting. Well, I mean, it can drive you nuts. I mean, Grin was looking really strong right up here. I understand now it's some kind of a buyout thing, but 24, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it drops almost a dollar right back down to 23.30, and then it pops right back up a dollar. You know, it can drive you crazy. There is no risk on and off filter as such. So you're talking about something we used to have a long time ago. Okay, you're talking about the AI, or are you talking about on our charts? Yeah, so the AI is here. You have to have our premium service. Okay, so what I would do if you have our premium service, then click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. And this is what you'll see right now. Okay. I don't talk too much about it because I don't really, unless I have a very, very specific reason for using this. I have a certain price range, but I'll be completely honest. I'm way more focused on the racing, way more focused on the racing. So, but it is there. But that's what I would do to follow the AI, new premium AI/strategy trades window. Okay, so BD in our YouTube room is saying my screen is blurry. Within YouTube though, you can select high definition, 1080. Okay, so just do that. That probably is going to clear it up. Watching in YouTube, there's some kind of a gear, I think, or some selection that you just have to do yourself. I can't do it for you, of course. And just make sure you've selected high definition. Because you see, whoops, well, you can't see, but this is what I see, of course, and it's not blurry at all. So I think it's just a matter you're having to select high definition. Okay. All right, guys. Time is it now? 11:23. So I'll be in a break in about half an hour. May want to watch. Keep an eye on OLB, guys. Keep an eye on OLB. Look what it's doing. We had the big pre-market move. Then it got up to 250 when the market opened. Big percentage drop, but it's trying to hold two. I mean, some might, you might look at a 212 area. If it takes that out, it might have another run to the high. Now, where could this go? Again, I keep having to refresh my memory on this nerve. So 1439, that was in October, so not quite a year ago. That was a high. Well, OLB, one of the scans that I share is the pre-market actives up and down. So that kind of shows me the stocks that are active, obviously in the pre-market. OLB was one of them. So I don't have very many thumbnail charts anymore. I only have four. OLB happened to be one of them, so I could kind of keep an eye on it. And I just saw that little move. But that was, we saw that in the pre-market. It was a huge mover in the pre-market. So I open the room at 8 o'clock Eastern, and then you guys can, well, sometimes a little earlier, but certainly no later than 8 o'clock Eastern. And so you guys can, shoot the breeze amongst yourselves. I get on the mic at 9, and that's when we start talking about the ones that are moving in the pre-market. And of course, OLB was one of them. I think wasn't that the one I was using as an example? Whoops. Yeah, the RVPH, but on a pullback. I know what's happened. And there's RVPH, sort of at the top of the leaderboard right now, supplanted by PTE now. I mean, look at AHI. I mean, it's still alive here, guys. I mean, I know Zach was hoping it would probably take out one because he was long then short it, but still looks alive. I mean, it got 142 was the high, so it's 20 cents to that high. Not saying it's getting there. And now, if you're wondering why you see Apple and Tesla here, so the powers that be at Trade Ideas thought, especially if you're new, I don't need it there, but especially if you're new, people obviously know Apple and Tesla. Well, what do they really do during the course of a day compared to stocks that really move? Obviously, they don't move that much. Now, if you want to trade Tesla and Apple and you can make a living doing it or money doing it, fantastic. But if you're looking for stocks with, I guess we'll call relative strength to these sort of ones that everybody knows about, well, it's just showing you that, for Tesla to do something, move up to the, certainly to win a race, or for Apple, something extraordinary has to happen. Again, I'm not trying to say never trade Apple or Tesla. If you can find a way to trade Apple or Tesla and make money, great. But if you're looking for stocks with relative strength to those that everybody follows, well, it's just to show you that it's rare. I haven't seen it win one race. Look at be awfully careful now on the nerve guys. I mean, yeah, all depends on what sort of stops you put on this, because it is. Look at this. I mean, it got up to what, 440, and it pulled right back down to 1370. So a 70-cent drop. I mean, I'm only focusing on it because it's doing what it's doing, okay? But it's not easy. It's not easy to trade. Why? That float. The float is, I mean, it's trading 37 million. So you divide 4.5 into 37 million, you're going to get about eight or so. So it's traded the float 8 times. Okay, the China bear, Yang. So it's on the move. So it looks like probably some of these China stocks. Let's see how at PDD, guys have been wanting to short that one. Just out of the price range that I normally trade, but now getting into that again, if you're a follower of that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, will that hold it? I mean, that's the question. Will it hold it? Ahi is still really, really doing well. So look at this, 12.8%. I'm just talking about this. Look at this pullback here. So, I mean, if it meets your trading style, a person's trading style to play a pullback, I mean, it was right there for you. Now, do we know it was going to do this? Of course not 100%, but I'm not in it. I'm just, I'm not in this one. Only 2 trades for me today, the AZRE short and the nerve trade over 13. That's it. Out of everything now. And we'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes or so. If you're talking about this window, Digital Eye, again, go to my scans. So click on my homepage link, go to the scan section, and it's this race right here. So click on my homepage link, and then click on my scan section, and there it is. Okay, the top left, race biggest gainers from the open. Then I do have a large cap one also. It's the same type of race, except some people like to see large caps. So this is what that one looks like. Not going to be as dynamic, of course, because it's got it has to have at least 500 million market cap and 50 million minimum in the float. So you're just not going to get the wild ones, the volatile ones. But it's not everybody has the stomach for these, or the experience, maybe the experience. And we have a halt. We have a halt now for AHI. Here's another one that's been kind of sneaky, guys, is AREC. Coal mining. And I'm here, RVPH starting to move up a little bit. Okay, so here's one that I haven't seen at all. MTMT as an example. MTMT. Haven't seen this one at all. And let's see what it's doing. So the high today was what, 150? I mean, you can see that if it can take out that high, I mean, the next high is 177. And then after that, 236. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. You can take out that 150 mark. So I'll drop a buy button in. I'll put it right at 150. So there it is. So if it gets, well, 149. So I click on the buy button. This is in the simulator. So if it hits 149, it'll take the trade. This is a better day than I thought, guys, for these small ones. No, the market's putting a little bit of a pop. Now, typically these small ones don't care that much about what the market's doing, of course. They're the alpha stock trading on their own. Yeah, you're right. The MNMD, so they did the one for a 15 reverse split. Let's put this in context. So, it's an 81-cent stock right now, okay? 81 cents pre-reverse split. Right into the 200-day moving average for RVPH. Now this is shortable for me. So, I mean, if it cannot take that 200-day out, there it is, 196. This could turn into an interesting short, guys. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Look at this thing explode. RVPH. RVPH exploding. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any specific news. I'm just looking. I don't know if maybe the memers got a hold of this. I really don't know. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. This is not shortable for me now. The shorts were snapped up. Interactive Brokers took out that 200-day moving average. So the next high looking less. So what did it get to today? It got up to 218. I think the next high looks like it's around 229. All right, guys, 11:43. I'm just going to confirm. I'm almost 100% sure it'll be Chris in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break, but I'll just confirm that. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. So another one that's not listening to me where I think there might be a resistance level. Okay, we've got a major pullback now for the nerve. Let's see, sort of level is it pulling to? So 12, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stick a buy button right there. See if it pulls back to 1261. Okay. You listened. Okay. Well, okay. Okay. Watch my trade. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What's your question? You need help with something ASAP. Okay. What's your question? What do you need help with exactly? Well, what are you looking for, Watch My Trades? What are you exactly, you cannot connect to IB. Well, that's interesting. I mean, IB is a very easy connection, typically. I've had IB for 6 years now. So when you go to tools and external linking, and when you follow these rules, it's not working for you? All right. This is something I don't often do because I don't like destroying my link, but I'll do it. Okay, so watch what I do. I'm going to, okay, watch my trees. You're posting, you're continuing to post. If you can hear me and see me, first of all, can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? Can you hear me? Okay, so I'm going to get rid of my external linking. Okay, I don't like to do this, but I'll do it. Okay, so I'm going to disable it. So now, or I'm going to delete it. I'm going to delete I'm going to delete it. Okay, so now I'm starting from scratch. So tools, external linking. I'm sure you've probably done all this. Add link, add link. Now I'm just going to follow exactly what it's saying here. While keeping this window active, mouse over the target window, hold down the shift key to select the window. So I'm going to move my pointer. I'm going to put it right in the order entry, right in the order entry in Interact Your Brokers. And now I'm going to press down on the shift key. And you see how it says current linked window, Interact Your Brokers. The only special thing you've got to do is go to the rule in this drop down where it says rule. It'll start off with none. And click on Interact Your Brokers Live. Okay, and now say okay, and that's it. Now when I click on an alert, it goes into my order entry, into Interact Your Brokers. And I can do it one more time. It was the rule. Ah, okay, okay. So it's working now? No, I know any signal you don't have to, I know. Yeah, IB had that special rule. So now do you love us now or do you still hate us? Okay. All right, MNTC, what is this one all about? 218. Another interesting one. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put the announcement in. I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. We'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. In fact, I'll put it in right now. So for those of you, when I'm on my break between 12 and 1, and you want to head over to YouTube, listen to Chris for an hour, you can do so. Hey, no problem. It's just a matter of, you said you were watching the live streams, but I guess you did not ask that question specifically, because usually it's pretty simple for me. It depends on the question, but I can usually demonstrate something. If you can see me or see my screen and hear me, usually I can solve most questions that you guys have. If it's an accounting question, no, I can't. I love how she's saying ahi, ahi. She meaning text to voice that we have. And if you've never had that fish, you're missing out. All right, guys. I'm just sort of biding my time now until Chris shows up. So what I'm going to do, I'm still here, but I'll just put the announcement in. Oops. What a mover on this one. I'm trying to see. I don't see any. Oh, I guess I do see the news. It signed some kind of a master. Okay, so here's your news for it. Announced on Sunday to sign a master service agreement with Estonia-based Activate Health OU. The little couple of dots over that U. All right. Well, so they did have some news. Nothing like. Okay, give me a moment. I just want to expand this a little bit. There we go. Want to see the volume up here. Look at that volume, 29 million. So this is going to trade the float, obviously, maybe 3 times today. 16.9 in the float, 29.30 has traded, so it has to get up to about 50 million for about 3 times. And look at the volume increasing. So I never got in this one. Never got in this one. Just mention this, for those of you like playing pullbacks, I guess I should have listened to my own, not advice, but pointed it out. And we are now halted. AHI is halted. One of the scans I'm sharing, again, on my homepage, the halt's resumed, okay? And of course, winning race after race after race. You know what? This has been a way better day than I thought it would be, guys. With this biggest gainers from the open. We're actually getting some continuation. I just thought maybe with the market being what it is right now, I didn't think we'd get a lot of good continuation on some of these small ones, but we're getting some really good continuation. And I just heard a little ping. I think
Indeed, you
Chris is
did.
there. Indeed, I did. Just give me a moment as I close
Absolutely.
down my music. And I'll also put, okay, guys, Chris is in the YouTube room now. Let me put the YouTube link in one more time. Give me a moment, Chris.
And I'll swap the screens while you're doing that.
Sure. Okay, so Chris is there now. So there is a YouTube link. So I'll be taking my break right now as Chris is, I think he's swapped. Have you done the swap?
I have
Yes.
indeed.
Okay, my friend.
Ready to go.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk to you in
You
about an
got it.
hour.
Sounds good, Barry. Have a nice break.
Okay.
Alrighty, everybody. So happy Monday to you all. Bit of a continuation from Friday's rug pull on the market overall. A few things to look at here. Let's see. So was watching this, and it just must have had a pop in the last minute here that while I was making my entrance here. So I've been watching this. Came through some races early and just shot right through. A lot of volume coming in all of a sudden now. So GSAT there. A little bit, howdy Dave. A little bit outside of the time I like to enter a trade here. So I'll just kind of keep watching this for the day. And we'll see what happens. I got a huge float. Guessing they have some kind of news or something. So you got this recent high back here of that. Make of that what you will. A lot of head fakes today, though. A lot of head fakes today. So let's see. Let's start to find some of these head fakes. 1 second while I make some adjustments here. All right. So we had, let's see, Pet Z again was loud this morning and a whole lot of nothing. Stbx, same thing. And I think, the theme continues where people saw what happened with stocks that were newer looking issues over a few weeks, several weeks ago. And especially these lower float ones, but, run up by whoever in the morning and a big fade for the rest of the day so far. So not to say it can't make a turn, but I find myself skeptical if it will. Cabba, another one, has been making some noise recently, but again, nothing really doing there. Weber, again, big head fake in this. I mean, it has a defined trend coming off of here still, but 16 mil in the float, 17 mil in the float, whatever it is, it leaves me skeptical. What do they do? They make grills, right? I think that's exactly a riveting company in that regard, unless there's some kind of big revolution going on in the grilling world that I'm unaware of. But day trading vehicle, that's all there is to it. And, big volume declines, and volume's picking up again here as the price picks up. So we'll see. We'll leave that on watch for the rest of the day. And again, if anybody has questions here, please make sure to fire those off, right? I can't answer the questions that aren't asked, especially if people have questions on the actual software itself. I want to look at some kind of function of the software specifically, right? All right, so let's just continue up this list for now. HUYA. So several of these stocks we can see have been China stocks already. Another one, and just not a believer in what China's doing. KWeb was up. I think KWeb actually gapped up. Am I wrong? Yeah, KWeb gapped up while the rest of the market gapped down and then gave it up hard, right? So, that downtrend stays intact for now as far as I'm concerned, right? I don't see any reason for that to be changing anytime in the near future. But one never knows, and I'm bearish today, and maybe I'm bullish tomorrow on it. But for now, I'm bearish. IQ, another one. I think this was another Chinese stock, right? I don't even. Who are they? Who are you? What do you do? Online entertainment services. Nope. Don't care.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like a bunch of nonsense. Let's see if it catches anything here. But again, big float on this. A lot of these Chinese stocks are weird. They have big floats and still can whip all over the place. So keep that in mind. They got earnings that report tomorrow for whatever that's worth. But again, downtrend. You want to call it a descending triangle. I guess I'll allow it. But I'm, again, skeptical. Very skeptical. So here's Weber on the move again, trying for that $10 mark again. So we'll see. Volume would come back into it. Let's see. Last 1, 2, 3, 15-minute candles. This is the start of this 15-minute candle. So it looks like it's at a good start for volume here. But again, I don't like to trade from about noon to 2:30, 2:45, 3 o'clock, somewhere in there. Somewhere in that range. I'm not a fan of it. So we'll see. What else? Let's keep it moving here. Mike C, what's happening? Yeah, of course, Ron. And there's just some of the channels, some of this is better explained when I'm here talking like this, but like some of the channels are left the way they were. One, because there are people that like the old formats and they didn't format over to the dock channels as well. The docking has kind of more featured racing type of stuff as well. So something like the Trader's Vault, where it's just like 30 scans of tiny little boxes of those scans, there's no real formatting to do for that as far as the docking goes. And that becomes a very load heavy layout like that. So, I mean, the real idea behind something like the Trader's Vault was someone would go in there and pull out, 3 or 4 scans that they liked and load them into their layout. So just as a little more context. Pete, AHI. Looks like a day trading vehicle to me. What do they do? Who are you? Application tracks, monitors, body shapes, monitors, weight loss. Well, I've always said I'm long vanity and insanity. So, I mean, there you have it, sports fans. A day trading vehicle. I mean, I would, whatever indicator you like to use on an intraday chart and time frame, I would follow that indicator and kind of use that as your go-to. I mean, you can see here on a 15-minute chart with this 8 EMA, it's obeyed it very well. Will it continue? Obviously, no way to predict that, but the volume is insane, absolutely insane. Earnings are tomorrow. I mean, also keep this in mind. We saw those weeks where we were seeing 5, 6, 7, 8 stocks in a day do over 100% gains. That is very much not normal. 142% gain to this point is, I mean, beyond massive. So, these are all things that I keep in mind. Also notice that it stalled. That wasn't a great line, but I think you get the point here. Let's do it like this. Stalled out at this level here, right? So I would keep that in mind moving forward. That's what, 180-ish? Yeah, 180, 175, 180, right? So that's what you're up against at that. That's how I look at something like that right now. What else is happening? So some more Chinese stock stuff here. I believe this, yeah. And another big rug pull. I mean, you got 1 million in the float, right? Run up, goodbye. I would guess that the volume's just about all dried up in that as well now too. So, 1.4 mil shares traded, and even though it's at 31 0.88 on the relative volume. I bet if we check back here in an hour that this will not be at 31 on that relative volume. I bet it will have taken a pretty tick down. So Ron, actually forgot about that part of it. When I was saving the whole layouts of the channels, I couldn't load them into the platform. I meant to ask if that's a bug or something else is going on, file a report with the dev team, but I just got caught up with so many other things. But when I saved the individual scans from the web to the cloud, those loaded fine. And that's why I shared individual scans with linked like that for you. So I'm not sure what the hang up is there on that one, Ron, to be honest. I think that I have to guess there's a bug. I can't understand why we wouldn't allow for that. But there's been stranger things that we've done that I didn't understand as well. So I can't officially say it one way or the other than I ran into the same thing. I couldn't save something. I couldn't save an entire channel as a layout to the cloud and then move it over from the web to the software. Save individual scans. So, here, let me pull up the web version. Let me log into the web. TI for the web. All right, so these little lines here, click that and pop it out, whatever it is. Then you can right click and save or share to cloud. You have to have them popped out for some reason. I don't really know why. But if you just right click and go to save or share to cloud, it won't work. So try it like that, which also makes me wonder if I could save it as a layout that way instead. But I don't want to do that now because it'll close my entire layout if I did that. But you might try that. Try that, Ron. If you don't have a layout that I can't close mine because I'm running something here that I need the data for. But if you go pop out, right click, save or share to cloud, and click entire layout, see if that works and copies it over like that instead of what I was doing that wasn't working was going tools, save to cloud, and then I was clicking entire layout, and that was what was not copying. But what was strange to me, now I'm looking at now, is it doesn't have anything in there actually. There's no check marks. I don't use the web ever, to be honest. Interesting. So I can't even select the whole layout. Squeeze me channel. I bet that works like that because there was no. I think there's something broken with the function in here on this. I'm going to have to come back. I'm going to have to. No, because it's there. Interesting. I have to do some more digging on that. All right, so there is that. Let me close the web and re-log in here to the app. And back. Okay. What else? We were moving along. CMRX, another high flyer early on. But this is not a low float. I mean, I wouldn't call it a big float either, but it's not one of those low floats where a couple of individuals can get that stock really moving on its own. I just think it's a victim of being down pinned below this area right here, to be honest. A lot of interest, obviously, 30 million shares traded, 12.39 on that relative volume. So I'd say, I'm keeping the price alert there, even though you've seen I've kept price alerts on all those. A lot of them, I keep the price alerts to go over some different charts and showing why chasing in the morning is a bad idea. Now, chasing this obviously was a bad idea too, but this one might still make a run back up on the day. That's some pretty sustained volume there. And we could see that the volume fell off and then it came back. And then, volume's falling off again. But as we move towards the middle of the day, that's normal. That's very typical, I think. So, keep this on watch here. Will it move up? No clue. Maybe it does nothing the rest of the day. And let's keep it moving. Another Chinese stock, TAL. Again, same thing. Big move early on. and then it just gets, that's it. Made its move in the first 15-minute candle, essentially. Poking its head above, but no strength in that poking its head above. And the strength to me is, again, the declining volume, just steady declining volume here. This is one that, made a move and then made another move. And it was very hard looking at a daily chart for me to go after this. It was down here a few days ago, and I know it's an energy. Coal has been overall, picking back up again. I just couldn't do it. Hindsight's 2020. That 320 break that last time obviously was there, and the volume was coming back in, but I didn't do it, and that's all there was to it. So I was involved in a trade with NERV, and that required all my attention. Keep it moving. Hong Kong stock MLCO again. This thing has been on a bit of an uptrend again the last few days, week or so, but running right into that resistance again, looking left. So, came through the scans. It was my hope maybe if it can get some real energy and blast off, but that just wasn't the case. You saw an uptick in volume as that price moved up, but it just wasn't sustained and fell right out afterwards. And I wasn't going to go chasing it in this resistance area like that. So that was that. Let's see what else. Onward and upwards to today's mover and shaker of the day, NERV. I took a trade in this. I got in on this candle here. Was it this candle? Yeah, I got in on this candle here. And when it made this big move up, and then this move up and it started to pull back, I closed it up in here. I just closed the full trade. I didn't sell partial lots today. Of course, it went, but I'm happy with that. Start the week off with a winner. You can't really argue with that at all, right? Again, much like Friday discussed that NERV was the only game in town for most day traders. There was some other stocks that did some okay things, but for those day traders that were looking for the lower price stocks with low floats, this was the game in town here. And I kind of got that impression. And so that's why when we opened this candle here, even with that one, and the volume was still really sustained coming into this candle, I said, I'm going to take a run at it here. I took a real wide stop on it. Stuck that stop actually at $10, actually $10.99, $9.99. And anyways, risk management and all those things like that. And again, I waited 46 minutes into the open before I took that trade. So, for those of you that think you have to rush right in and grab a trade right away, absolutely not. Will you miss some? Yes, but I'll bet that you miss more losers sitting on your hands the first half an hour, 40 minutes, then you miss winners. I'll guarantee it's a 3-to-1 ratio, missed winners to missed losers. With that said, GSAT right back down again. So that's why I don't go running after these things at this time of the day. No. I took a loss on INDO that I'm kind of heated about. I got in on this candle here, got head faked. I put a stop at the bottom of that candle for closing the gap. I got stopped out here only to watch it run right back up. And it looks decent to me, to be honest. Part of me wants to take it again. It's just that the overall market is weak. And this area is where it's continued to struggle right there. But, part of me likes that chart still. So I'm not going to take it now. If I do take it, it won't be till much later in the day. But we'll see. Just kind of sour grapes getting stopped out by literally a few cents like that. I don't know. My stop was at 52, 952, 9. Yeah. and it comes down here just underneath by 8 cents, whatever it was, 9 cents. So anyways, that's trading. That's all you can do. Pete, generally speaking, Mondays is me. Tuesdays is Michael. I believe Wednesdays Jamie, Thursday Steve, Friday Andy. I don't know if Andy and Steve are swapping now though, but Steve is doing some stuff with reporting and recording things for the dev team. They have meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so that's why. And Jamie is also, but Jamie was doing that before Steve, so that's why they made a swap. So I don't know if Andy's going to make a swap now as well with Steve, so Steve isn't running from live stream to meeting like that. But I can't say officially. But anyways, the unofficial schedule as it's been, and unless anything changes, is Monday through Friday is me, Michael, Jamie, Steve, Andy. That was the official schedule last I knew. So there's WEBR coming up and tagging that 10 and right back below it again. So again, why don't rush? Quadruple U, we didn't get there yet. Another one. I'm very skeptical on uranium stocks. I think I've taken probably 10 trades on uranium stocks this year, and I think 8 of them have been losers. Every one of them was a day trade. And it just seems that whenever I go in, they seem to reverse right afterwards. So I don't write them off, but I was just very skeptical when I saw a huge 15-minute bar and trying for that high of the day again. But I'm still skeptical. But look, 2.9 times what it's normally doing to this point in the day, 4 million. That's really liquid. Hard to argue that. When I was looking left, this is what I'm looking at here. It's just so much resistance to get through all of that. But, look at this volume, that U in the volume. Let's look at this U in the price also. So, maybe. But again, I'm just not a noon trader. I don't like taking trades at this time of the day at all. Not my cup of tea, to say the least. And I guess that's really all I've got. I think I went over all the stuff that, really jumped out at me this morning. I see this CFVIW coming through a lot here. I don't know what their deal is. It's a warrant to start with. So let's see. Does it have an underlying issue? CFEI. Yeah, so big move here for the whatever this is, acquisition company. So it's a SPAC, I guess. Huge volume on the open, huge volume here. So for whatever that's worth. Yeah, 12.78, and that's climbing because of this right here, and very, very liquid. 4.2 million shares traded. So yeah, you're welcome, Pete. So that's interesting. Again, I'm not going after it, but interesting nonetheless. NCPL, who are you and what are you doing? Miscellaneous financial investment activities. Crazy volume, relatively speaking. Not liquid. Relatively speaking. I mean, I'm guessing a huge portion of that 445,000 was right here. All right, now just jumped to 472. So, all right, so liquidity is coming in, not just volume, because liquidity and volume are two different things, and I feel should not be confused. I'm guessing this just came out of a halt. Must have just came out of a halt. So it looks like it's coming back to try to fill that gap on that. Very interesting stuff. It's got this gap right here to fill. So technicians are going to be watching that. And it's got this high of the day that it was rejected off of essentially from Friday. There's something to put on your watch. I mean, it's up over 500,000 shares now. So yeah, liquidity has definitely come into it. Does that sustain? That's going to be the real $1 million question now. So there is that. Let's move into some market stuff as long as nobody's asking software questions or any other questions. Just PY. So obviously everybody in their entire trading world knows, we gap down. So gap down continuation here, or continuation to gap down, right? We defended 400 essentially down here and have gotten a relief bounce on that. But we're running up against resistance of the high of the day here as well. So we talk about gaps like to be filled. This one was just shy of being filled here. And we'll see where that takes us moving forward. Man, INDO, you are breaking my heart right now. So, yeah, I mean, that's your market in a nutshell. I don't think it's very long before we touch here unless something changes that I'm unaware of, or unless for some reason traders just needed Friday to digest Powell's words. Again, I have not a clue what he said. I just know there were people making comments that he wiped out X amount of billions of dollars in an 11-minute speech. So I think that's absolutely ridiculous. But that's the market we play in. So, trend is down as far as I'm concerned. Again, I really would like to see the trend start to go up and become a bull market again. But we got to get up here for a bull market. We ain't there. And we're, as close as this seems, it was really far off. So that is life in a nutshell as far as the overall market goes. Now, two sectors I talked about last week that I said are the only ones that look kind of sort of almost maybe not like death, slightly rolled over or slightly warmed over. Tan and tan looks all right. I mean, gap down, big recovery. It's down slightly. That doesn't look terrible considering the overall weakness of the market. The other one was lithium, LIT. That one doesn't look as good. That doesn't look quite as nice, but we'll see. What people should be doing right now is looking for stocks that are going down less than the market overall, that hold up well relative to the market, hence relative strength. Start compiling yourself a list of those, a watch list, whatever you want to do. Write it down in a notebook, put it as your liked, create your own symbols list. Put it in an Excel sheet, whatever it is that you do for a watch list. But each day I would start to look at the stocks that were strong relative to the market. It doesn't mean the stocks didn't sell off, but if the market was down 2% and you come across a stock that was only down 1% and it's a liquid stock and it looks like it had an overall chart going into the sell-off, those are the type of things that I'd be looking at. Then when the market rallies, because it will eventually, we'll have another bull run in this bear market before we break to a full bull market once again. Again, when that happens, no one knows. But then when we do have that run, those are the stocks you're going to want to be looking at to see where their relative strength is to the market, where they didn't quite sell off like the market, and are they going to be leaders in the bull back up, right? So that's, a really hefty piece of advice, especially for people who are looking to swing trade, right? And as I'll always say, well, what's a good swing trading scanner? What's a good swing trading setup? And I'm going to counter. You tell me, right? What's your criteria for swing trading? Do you like to buy things that are down 40 days in a row? Do you like to buy things that are flat for 40 days in a row? If you don't have that, if you don't have an answer to that, you have to kind of come up with one. Places that I would start for coming up with an idea like that is exactly what I just described. Try to find the relative strength in the market, right? You've got, you got the market fading or moving down, right? Now find the stuff that didn't fade or move down as much as the market, right? And look at those charts and then make some analysis and some notes and take a deeper dive into some of those charts, try to figure out maybe some things that they have in common, some things that they have differently. And that's how you can formulate a swing trading plan. Why didn't it get past 14? Peter, I'm whole numbers, it becomes a mental thing. You've got a lot of people, you know what I mean? It's made a huge move, right? Look at the move that it's made, right? And you might have people that are still in from here, and people that are in from here, and people that are in from here, and they see, whole number 14, and they're going to start selling at these whole numbers. Look, there was at 12 there was some stall, right? At 13 there was a stall, right? Look, here was 13 was a stall. It doesn't just go, it's not normal for it to just go blasting through all those numbers. We could look at whatever we want for pivot lines, but they're not a holy grail to anything. We can put this line on here, at 1445. Look at where it stalled. Look at where it stalled, right? So look at that. Stalled right up here on this. It's where it got rejected. So, this stuff becomes subjective. It's not, there's no hard and fast, and I see this resistance here at 16, where you're seeing it more at 18. I'm seeing it more at 1650 here, right? So that's where I'm seeing it on that right there. And we didn't even get to that.
WEBR.
There's WEBR again. Sounds like I'm calling a radio station name, right? So again, this is something worth watching here. You got rising volume and rising price. And you got this going on during the time of the day where, people are taking their breaks and all that. So, nerve is an example of the great rotation, as I would call it, on anything that's day trading. Oops, it'd be good if I click the actual chart that I wanted. Where are you, nerve? There we go. So, you've got people rotating in, rotating out, rotating in, rotating out. The question is, when does this merry-go-round stop? Has it stopped already? And, this is it. And it's getting ready for the big sell-off. Is it just basing and we're ready for the next set of merry-go-round riders to hit on there? These are the things that are impossible to predict. And this is why, my targets are never hard targets. I look at where the stock might possibly go. But that's it, It's just a might. Let's see.
Tall.
Sorry, there's a message coming in here. So, all right, let's see. Tall, we hear called out, TAL. So again, declining volume, basing, we'll see, not going to take it off the list, but I'm certainly not jumping at it. So what else is doing right now? So that NCPL is still up on the races, but it did not go running away. NCPL. And then, I forgot. I think someone was looking for some help with external linking with IB. I can kind of show some stuff with linking with IB. There's things I can't pull over because I'm not going to bring my account information over. But if someone was here that had been having trouble with external linking with IB, let me know. I think the most important thing for external linking with any with any platform with us is you have to right-click both trade ideas and the platform you're linking to and run as administrator, okay? That's the most important thing for linking. Well, I won't say the most, but it's essential. It must be done. So if that person is here that was looking for assistance on that, just let me know. I can go into some more detail about a few things there. And again, if anybody has questions, please, again, fire those away. As I always say, I can't answer the questions that aren't asked. I just kind of go in based on the temperature of the room, essentially, what you guys are giving. So when you guys aren't commenting, I'm guessing what I'm going over, what I'm talking about is really what you want. And man, sorry. I get really annoyed when I get stopped out of a trade by a few pennies. And then it turns right back around again, almost to my entry. And may rug pull still. The time and sales on this is kind of anyways, 10 cents. So anyway, sorry. Just really bothering me right now. It turned a good day into an okay day. Getting stopped out like that. So there we are back with Weber again, back below that 10. It keeps poking its head, can't really get through. So we'll see. NERV, still trying to make some noise here. We'll see. On watch for the rest of the day. I don't think I'll trade this one again today, though. I mean, that's just extended. I mean, it could go to 16, could go to 18, could go to 20, could go to 100. I just don't want to be involved when that rug pull happens today, if that rug pull happens today. So MCPL back over 4, right? So let's see, did the liquidity dry up on this or not? We're at 750,000 shares traded. When we first looked at this, I think it was about 450,000 shares traded. So in the last, let's say 15, 20 minutes, we've seen 300,000 shares come in, but we've also seen the volume dry up now, right? And the intraday volume drying up means the liquidity is drying up on this in this instance. So again, make of that what you will. What else? All right, we didn't talk about. What didn't we talk about? I was thinking something before. Right. Sorry, just emailing someone really fast. It's having an issue. Getting into the trading room. Here we go. All right. Energy. So XOP. Take a look here. Gapped up, run down, right back up strong. So here's our gap up, ran it down, fired right back up. We're basing here now. XOP is up a good little bit here. With the market down the way it is, I don't know. That's looking really strong. Like it wants to take a shot here again. Again, I think before from this run and this run, you could throw darts at a board of energy stocks and basically everything energy-wise was going up. That is not the case right now. You'll have to, you got to really be picky and choosy. I will also say this. look at the declining volume on this rally. I would keep that in mind. We know how I feel about declining volume in rallies, right? So, but all the same, I am quasi-bullish overall on energy right now. XLE, and look at that today. Let's take a look now. So same thing, XLE looks very similar. Again, a lot of declining volume, and I'm going to draw your attention to this for my declining volume statement. The SPY, right? We bottomed here, all right? Look at all that volume that happened. Then we rallied. Look at the declining volume that whole way through on that rally, right? The next real big volume candle, sell off, right? So just keep that in mind is all I'm saying as far as that goes. Bed Bath & Beyond, back from the dead. This is up a couple of bucks, $1.70. So, and rejected here at the top of this gap. You know, day trading vehicle. I mean, unless you really believe in the stock for whatever reason, just day trading vehicle as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, that's all. Alrighty. Was there anything else I wanted to mention as far as energy goes? Not really, other than this. I mean, you know, take a look at this. Energy, 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 energy. I relate this to energy. It's the, you know, steel services. Energy, energy, weed. I guess weed gives some people energy, right? Is that how that works? So again, make of that what you will. Materials, or metals and mining. I'm sorry. I still relate metals and mining to energy in some regard. Gold, you know, no, just no. Consumer staples, no. So I mean, that's what. You know, both your consumer staples, you know, you've got a recovery today. You just filled the gap here on this one. But I mean, is that just a relief rally after getting utterly pounded for a day plus? I don't know. Your semiconductors, they are in rough shape right now. Really rough shape, the semiconductors. So look, there was some kind of news, right, about like government was going to get involved with semiconductors or something, right? So I think there's like, this was all through the rumors, and then didn't they like pass something back here, I want to say, and then this is what's happened since they passed it, right? So keep that in mind when you want to trade stocks the government is getting involved with. I mean, I don't know that I'm accurate to the day on these things, but I bet I'm pretty close to a lot of that. And I'm just paraphrasing. Like, I don't know what the bill was, when it was, what I know it was voted on. I believe we're, you know, like everything else, the government, we're just going to throw money at it and fix it. I mean, utter joke, but, you know, whatever. So that's why, you know, like I said, with energy way back when, I said, government's going to fix it. So that means it's going to really break, right? And then that's what happened. That one I nailed to the day. Make of that what you will. So, all right, we're moving right along here in life. Now, with that said, you know, as the saying goes, from the ashes, rise of the phoenix, blah, blah, blah. When the dust settles for semiconductors, you know, this is a time right now. You could do this, you know, do with the overall market, you do it sectors too. Look for semiconductor stocks that aren't declining as much as the overall semiconductor indexes, right? And then when semiconductors make a turn, those are the stocks you should be most interested in. Not necessarily buying, of course, but should be most interested in, right? That's how you find relative strength. One that I kind of like, and I'll throw up a chart of it, or one that I've liked in the past very much, is ON. Now, what does that look like? Now, this is a big player in the semiconductor world. So But take a look at this. Look at an ON chart. Here, let's bring up a comparison chart as a matter of fact. All right, so we've got ON up here. And let's go to chart styles. We'll have ON up here in 1 second. Give me a second. SMH. Why are you looking like that? Why are you not working, chart? There we go. So look at this. So here is ON, right? And the blue line, right? And we can see them kind of, we can see ON lags, and then they catch each other, and then a big divergence between the two, right? And even when ON sells off, it doesn't sell off as much. When it sells off, it doesn't sell off as much. Sells off, still doesn't catch. Not really selling off in comparison to the overall semiconductor market, right? So this is something you might want to put on a watch list and thumbnail and say, hey, this might be something I want to watch, Look at this channel that it's in right now, right? This gets back towards the top of that channel and it can break it. It might be something you want to consider. Am I saying run out and buy this? No. So if that's what you're hearing, I don't know what to tell you. But I would be keeping an eye on this. Especially, I would be keeping an eye on this in this regard. Look at that. Right? Right there. So resistance. Is it going to be resistance again? And that was just an oopsie? Or are we going to get through it and then it'll eventually become support? Again, I have no clue. Neither does anybody else. But what we can do is try to find these kinds of setups. Again, this is a great way for people to use as an activity to create themselves a swing trading plan, right? So, all these tools are at your disposal, and I highly recommend using them. Let's get rid of that. And again, WEBR. When is it going to be the real one? Is this the real one? So I've had a price alert set at 10:03. They're trying to pop through. Just can't get past this high of the day. We got less than a minute. We got 15 seconds till this candle closes for volume. So slightly downtick in volume, but I wouldn't call that exactly, falling off the cliff or something like that. Now you got this candle that just opened above. I'm giving it up right away. So anyways, I'd be keeping my eye on Weber. If it can get through and above that, could very well get rolling. What else is happening here? So RVPH. Big move here. Big volume come into it. Interesting, we look back. One could make an argument that these volume candles here before the move happened, these bigger volume candles before the big move happened, was some larger player at hand accumulating shares. Was it? I don't know. I have no way to possibly know that. But one could make that argument and really exploded out of earnings. But it's pharmaceutical, so I'd be extra careful with the pharmaceutical. But look, 68, almost 68 and a half times what it's normally doing to this point in the day. And 10.5 million shares traded essentially. So extremely liquid, extremely volume heavy on the day. WEBR at 10:07 trying to leave the station behind. Here's the time and sales on it. Right? Can it do it? There it is, and dropped right back to 10 again. There's your bid and ask, right? And I will not be participating in this for now, and it may very well go, and I'll have to just say, oh well on this one. So it looks like Nerve is giving it up here quite a bit now. So this is what I talked about before. Was it basing or was it losing steam, right? Lost steam. Two big red candles there on the volume and the price action. We'll see what happens now. Now, this was obviously an area of interest in it before. So does it pull back to this area and get a bounce? You know, so those of you that are day traders or want to be day traders and trying to learn, this is something that my eye went to right away. This area couldn't pop through it really great. And think of these areas as spongy areas, especially with these really volatile stocks, right? Perhaps, you know, takes a tick under and then maybe pulls back up again, right? No way to know. No way to predict any of this stuff. But this is the kind of stuff you want to look for being a pullback trader, right? So is it making a pullback or is it just simply giving it up? There is no way to know right now. I would also, again, stress, this is the time of day where, you know, things are just overall less liquid, a lot less is going on. A lot of head fakes this time of the day, just like in the first 20, 30 minutes or so. So, you know, set a price alert. I don't know, set a price alert at 1275, for example. I'm not saying that that's the area to enter, but if we look here on this, you know, that's where that wick starts to, that makes it seem real weak, is about that 1275 level when it couldn't get back and above and hold that, right? And that's right here where you had this wick come and touch and this wick come and touch and just shy of this wick coming and touch. Sorry, I should choose shadow, not wick, because it's shadows, not wicks. Anyways, I think you're all getting my point. Hopefully that makes sense. You know, this is the stuff that has to happen, that you have to see, you have to recognize, you know, in being a day trader. Weber, again, couldn't do it. Back below $10 again. Right? So as I like to say, there you have it, sports fans. TAL, just hanging around this price level here. I don't think there's anything going on there at this point. It's one of those potential stocks too. Like, look, man, you know, if it could really get up above through this area here, right? I mean, look at that gap that it could fill. Look at the potential there. Just a big if, big if. That's all there is to it. So, and again, declining volume for now. My friend FAZE, we talked about this a whole bunch the last few weeks. Really tough trader, has a large spread most of the time, or a good size spread most of the time. But, you know, nice move, sideways, pop, and sideways action again. Not very liquid. You know, 330 shares traded to this point, so I'm kind of ant about that. Look at the relative volume is really falling out. But that's going to be because you have, you know, this and this are going to be counted in there. And then you have, you know, some of these other days that look like this. Now you've got this declining volume that's still happening here. But, you know, some people like to have large watch lists for different reasons. And so maybe you want to keep that on there. Yeah, no, I don't think I'll trade Weber. I don't think I'll trade it at any point. Here's that, you know, FAZE, the time and sales on it. You know, you got a 16-cent spread on it right now. So, you know, just to me, not realistic, but it's there. So I talk about it. All right, quadruple U. Again, this is why I could have sworn I clicked that chart. There we go. This is why I just, you know, this time of the day, it's just a note from you, dog. Nerve continuing to break down here. Get rid of this price alert. I don't need that anymore. I don't think I'll trade this again today. Can't promise myself that or you that. So I'm going to set a price alert there and just see what happens. AREC. Giving us a middle finger candle. Well, it's not red, so I won't call it a middle finger candle, but all the same. YPF from my days of living in Argentina. Very familiar with these folks. Everywhere in Argentina. That's what basically all the gas stations are. Shot like a cannon out of here, but I'm just not a believer in the stock. It's hard to be a believer in any kind of stock when when something's nationalized, and especially in a country like Argentina that they've been an economic disaster since the late 90s, an absolute economic disaster since the late 90s, which all stems from everything that happened in the late 60s and all through the 70s and the dirty war and all that stuff. But that's a topic for not here. Anywho, love the country. Hope to live there again someday. Hannah, I don't have anything for reversal candles. Personally, I don't look for reversal candles or anything like that. I do my scanning as you see here. I find things that are winning races. If I like the chart at all, I set a price alert and I just kind of track it for a while. That's my style of trading. So that's why you see, all these stocks that I went through all have price alerts on them. And that's that. I am also, the other thing is when you're looking at specific candle stuff, that we don't do specific candle stuff very well because everything we do is in time frames, right? So if I bring over an alert window here in the configuration, if we look at, any of these filters, everything is in time frames, 5 minute, 15 minute. They're not in candles, right? These ranges, these changes, change. It's all, done like this. Position and range. These things are all done in time frames. What you could look for is you could look for some of this stuff here for the actual alerts themselves. So you could look for these hangmans, bullish engulfing, stuff like this. That's a direction I'd throw you in, narrow bar, stuff like that. 1, 2, 3. But again, they're done in time frames. Yeah, nerve the Maserati. Nah, I'd be happy with a nice new modest whatever. I don't think I could never see myself buying something like a Maserati. I just think that's about the biggest waste of money on the planet for me. Other people have at it, just not for me. Happy with something practical for me and the kid. So Hannah, that's where I'd point you to for that, for reversal type of stuff. The other thing you can do is, again, it's not going to be in candle wise, but something I suggest to people is this. You can use something like position and range. If I could type, it would be better. So you could use something like position and range on the day, for example. Actually, here's a scan that I had built, and I'll go over it, and you can have it and do what you want with it. I don't use it at all, but first I'll share it here, and then I'll go over the scan. And everybody's welcome to the scan. There's a while where I was back testing and forward testing it, and it looked very promising. And in the last month, it's really just looked like absolute terribleness. Sorry, my timer's going off, so I know Barry will be back in a moment or two here. But I want to put my earphones back in so I can hear when he gets here.
He's back.
Oh, he is back. All right.
Oh, he's back. He's already back. I'm just listening to you, Chris.
Just listening to me drone. It's nice to listen to someone else instead of your own voice.
It is. It is actually. Actually, I've had a pretty good day today. I'm a little surprised at the type of day it's been.
Same here. Well, Nerve treated me well. INDO came and stopped me out by 6 cents and then reversed.
Yes, that'll happen. As I saw that comment. The one that paid me was the AZRE. Nothing to do with the races,
Ah,
but take a look at AZRE,
oh,
and
wow.
yeah,
Beautiful.
oh wow was right. So in the pre-market, saw it and saw the news. CEO being
Yeah.
resigning abruptly, and he only started in July. So I mean, he's
Wow.
only less than 2 months.
And look at the
When
downtrend that stock's already in.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So all of a sudden now it's an all-time low. And I said, man, and it's funny because when I looked at it in the pre-market, IB had no shorts for it. And I thought,
Oof.
damn, what am I going to do? I want to short this thing because anytime I see a CEO resigning abruptly, it's, they can try to paint a great spin on it, but it's not good anyway the day of usually.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, shorts became available.
Huh.
So I was able to get into that one and just write it down. A couple $1.50, which $6-7 stock is a great percentage
Yeah,
move.
it is.
So that one, and then I got in late on the nerve. I mean, I didn't take it until the break of about 13, so I did not take it early. I just couldn't see I couldn't see an entry for me the way I trade. But then just around 10:45 when it had that red bar on
Yeah.
the 15, and then it took out 13 again. I said, you know what, you got to do it, and hey, it worked. It worked.
Indeed it did. Indeed it
Yeah.
did. So I just want to make this last thing here about Hannah was asking about reversal candles, and we
Hmm.
don't do candles specifically, but a thought that I had and what I've tried to build some scans on previously is finding stocks that are off the high of the day but haven't completely given it up. So what I did with this scan here, and for a while it was putting some good alerts, and then it hasn't been overly great recently. But so I'm looking at stocks that they're in between 60% and 85% of the low and high of the day, essentially. So you're off the high, so, but you haven't collapsed completely. Then the idea is, I put a 65 relative strength filter in there for the day to find stocks that are in an uptrend in general. And
Right.
instead of using a new high alert, because obviously I'm not going to get a new high until it breaks, and I can't get that with this filter, I use the this crossed above resistance. But the other two that I would point out there is somewhere in here. You have 5-minute high, 10-minute high, 15, 30, and 60-minute highs. You might try something with the position and range filter. And don't have to necessarily do it on the day. You could use position and range in 5 minutes, 15 minutes, so on and so forth, and play around with those filters and make some kind of combination. So it's like my outside the box way thinking for trying to find reversals. Like I said, not necessarily a candle, but just a reversal in general. And that's my magic trick for the day, or for the
Yeah, we
for
we
now.
had we used I know I still have it. It's a top list though. It's not an alert window,
Mhm.
but we used to have the pullback from winners.
Right.
And it's same sort of thing, just like you're saying, a pullback from winners. So the stock still has to be up for the day quite a bit, but it's pulled back to, as you say, maybe a 60% of the high, but it's still up the day. But
That's
that was a
exactly
top
it.
list. That was a
Yeah.
top list that I used to hand out to people. But yours is more of like an alert, which yeah, sounds like it could be okay.
Yeah, I back tested. So I created this in the middle of December, and I was back testing it, back tested okay, and then I was forward testing it for a while, like checking what the back test every day moving forward. Until about the middle of February, it looked really good, and I was like, "Geez, do I want to take another shot at automation?" And then all of a sudden, the market started falling apart, and I'm like, "Nah, that was my sign not to do that." And then
Yeah,
it's looked like this now for the last several months, and I haven't made any changes in this since the middle of December.
right.
Of course, now the back tester is going to run slow because that's just how things have to be when you're
Yeah.
live. But it just, it's had some huge winners and some huge loser days. So, it is what it
How many
is.
alerts would you get? Because I haven't back tested probably in, I don't know, 20 years. I'm kidding a
I
little bit, but I haven't
Back
back
testing is like
tested.
a video game to me. I just
Oh,
get
okay.
bored some nights and I start doing it. So, all right, in 64 days or whatever it is, I had 159 trades. But the equity curve tells you one story, but the daily is what tells me another story. And so, all of a sudden when we had the market turning for a little bit here, it was big
Hmm.
winning days. But as soon as we started getting some down days again, that has happened too. So,
Right.
I mean, to figure out a way to get that to stay around this and not have these ones that poke way through, that would be the key. But it still only tells you part of the story of back testing. What happens if all these stocks that are coming through at 15-cent spreads, things like that. So, anyways, automation remains a pipe dream for now for me.
Oh yeah. I never did it ever, ever, ever. But I'm interested because you were doing it. Yeah, you were doing it for a while. Take a look at this. Take a look at this NCPL. This is kind of a really weird one.
Yeah, I was talking about it,
Oh, you
back
were?
when this
Okay.
happened. I saw it coming through the race here, and I think it got halted, if I'm not mistaken.
Today it got healthy. Yeah, it just resumed, and it hit the high. It hit the high Friday's high
Yep.
again, and of course, why I'd be all very interested. I mean, look at that gap. Look at the potential gap fill.
Yeah, and I mean, the relative volume has continued to climb now throughout the day. Now, obviously, we're not seeing the volume that we saw right there,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, that gap in a climbing volume, you get over 450, you can get a candle close over 450. I don't know, man. I'm watching
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I got my price alert set. I
Exactly.
do have my
1.1 mil of shares in the float. I mean, that could definitely do the crazy.
exactly.
So, all right, my friend, I'm taking up all your time.
Well, that's okay.
The
That's
controls are
okay.
yours when you're ready.
I've just started. Okay, I've just resumed the feed, so you can go now if you'd like.
Alrighty, and I will be back here in a couple of hours.
You bet.
All
Okay,
right,
Chris.
take care,
Thanks.
everybody. We'll see you soon. Bye bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now, and just before Chris was leaving, we were talking about this NCPL. This NCPL, again, you guys on YouTube know what we're talking about, but in the main room, it's it's a pretty strange one. You can see what it did on Friday. It got up to that 444 level. It got up to 450 today. Um, it doesn't trade very much because you can see that this is 70 times relative volume right now. If it could take somehow, if it can take out 450 with any authority, look left and look how much room there is. It's kind of a strange looking chart though. But anyway, NCPL, kind of interesting. But I have a price alert set at around 450 to see if it takes it out later on. Yeah, you guys are. Yeah, I mean that BBBY, Bed Bath and Beyond. That I actually was supposed to have a price alert set for the 1258, which would have been the high of about 5, 6 days ago. And for some reason, I didn't set it. Anyway, yeah. But coming into the 200-day, it's not that far away, $14. So not that far away. Obviously, this is a meme stock today. The RVPH still looking pretty good, guys. I mean, that's a nice little pullback and then a nice move. Low float again, 9.6 million in the float, trading the float about 1.5 times now. And let's refresh my memory anyway. Where is the next high looking left? Or not where, but when? So we are looking back here. 293 is the next high looking left. This is back in November. I'm sorry, January of this year. January of this year. So that is the next high looking left. So it's getting close to that, 293. If it takes that out somehow, man, I mean, 363 is the next high looking left. So boy, a three break could really keep this going, guys, this RVPH. So we're seeing some continuation on these, which really surprised me. Market is, yeah, market's trying to come back. And by continuation, so you see the RVPH on the 15-minute chart. little base and a little pop, little pullback, but then, taking out those highs right there and moving higher. So good continuation on some of these, as opposed to the move and then the drop and then really doing nothing afterwards, which is kind of what we've been seeing for about a week and a half now. Not the great continuation, but we are seeing some nice little continuation plays today. But you can see if this takes out three, boy, this has got some room, RVPH. I don't see any news either, Zach, on the RVPH. I'm just looking at headlines and I'm going back. I don't see any news whatsoever. So, I do not want to brand this a meme stock, but the short float is not crazy high. Short float percent is not crazy high. So see what happened there, guys, when I was on my break. Remember, we put a conditional buy order in the simulator for Nerve at, I guess it was at 1262. So it took it. Now, if you're watching, if I'm watching this, I'd be watching the way it's trading. And I probably, if it's been a real account, if I was looking, I don't play pullbacks typically anyway. We're just showing how you can do it. And I probably would have been out about 30 cents after that. Okay, so something's going on here. Obviously, this P&L should be upgrading. Let me just, sometimes I have to do this. And mainly it's because I'm in a development version. No, it's still not. Obviously, I mean, this should be upgrading. I'm in at 150. Is that 167? 3,500 shares. This should be upgrading, but it's probably because I'm in this development version. Yeah, it's just not. Because that would be about a 600. That'd be up $600 in this, and counting. So let me just see if this happens. I'm going to flatten this trade. No, it just didn't. Yeah, so something, it's again, I'm in this development version, and sometimes that's a little bug in the development version, obviously. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this SNTG, trying to have a little bit of a lift. Oh, wow, look at that float, 1 million in the float. China stock. But again, I'm in a development version here. Let's see if that persists. I'm going to just do something here. Yeah, 3 second delay, that, I don't know about, but certainly that was nothing to do with the computer. That is definitely, again, I'm always trying the development version because they want to see if there's anything going on. So I'll have to tell them that. All right, I just want to take this trade. I want to see if this still happens. Okay, so there it is. Yeah, so something's happening. It's in mine. It is not. It's not updating it. Other thing I can do is close this down and bring it back. Let's see. Yeah, that did it. Boy, Nerve is really giving it up now from that high of what, 14 something? 1447, really giving it up. No kidding. Like a knife through butter, just like you said. Well, $14 is the 200-day moving average. And yeah, it's still cut in half from 7 days ago, but on the way back. Amazing. How's GME doing? Yeah, a little bit of a move. How about AMC? AMC is, oh boy, that's still kind of disaster. So, here's the case. This is a large cap gainers from the open. Typically, you don't get a percentage like this too often, but there's the Bed Bath and Beyond, 6.4%. So since the race started 4 minutes ago, and it obviously won that race for the 22nd time, maybe. All right, guys, Weber, WEBR could not take out 10 in any huge way. You know, for those of you who want put on your short hats, I mean, this is not, maybe a little bit late. It's got some support around 940 for WEBR. And, you know, it's maybe going to follow the market a little bit. Now, with this, I can, again, clicking on the buy button. Just a minute. Just a minute. Now, again, because I'm on this development version, I have to do something on my own, but that's okay. Hmm. Well, there is a little buggy here in this development version, guys. Let me just do something here. So this CFVI right into the 200-day moving average, right into it. 1123, 1116. So, you know, I mean, if it doesn't, if it gives up 11, this could turn into a nice short. There's some support maybe around 1073. And I know what the deal is. I mean, they're talking about Rumble and all that. I think they're having a vote on it. I think it's September 15th or something like that. Take a look at flowers here. Flowers, let's take a look left, 965. It's got some room, guys. Flowers has got a little bit of room. The high on Friday was 965. It's at 915 right now, and maybe making a little bit of a move here. Yeah, SCFVI. Well, it's through the 200-day now. Barely, but it is through it. I was saying, potential short if that 200-day holds it. Kind of a red bar ignored also on the 15-minute chart. So you got your red bar, sorry, you've got your green candle, then a red bar. I believe this is going to be totally engulfed. 1124, not quite. But that red bar is almost totally engulfed by that previous green candle. And then the next candle is green, which gives you a bit of a, just look at it like this, you've got your uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then the uptrend continues. That's kind of what the idea is. And I don't know what the next high is. 1114, that's okay. 1114, that's okay. 1110. So 1153, guys. I think 1130, okay, 1135 and 1153. So it's still got a little bit of room until it hits the next highs, and that's the CFVI. Okay, sorry, Ryan, I'm just seeing that now. PSTV. Let's take a look at PSTV. Oops, PSTV. Yeah, so it's again, I usually shy away from these ones under a dollar, but I mean, it's got room, I guess, in theory to 120. Is there news on it? So there is some news, summary of FDA Yeah, I mean, so it's got, so, okay, it's at $1. They did have some news, summary of FDA meeting on CGMP manufacturing process, et cetera, et cetera. So did have a little bit of news on it, up 14%, lots of pretty good volume, 5 times normal. Will it hold $1? And then, you know, if you're in this one already, 121 is your next critical level to see if it can get close to that, I suppose. Okay, let's start taking a look at some of these in this top 10 list to see, you know, that haven't necessarily won a race in the last little while, but, you know, they're on the list as a watch list, see what's happening with them. Now, this is not, is MTMT here? Yeah, there it is, right at the top here. Hasn't not won a race today, I don't think. Oh, yes, it has, 5 races. So there you go, guys. MTMT, a little bit on the move. This is one that has 177, so it's above that high of a few days ago. And then looking left, it's got room to 237. So, you know, this isn't, you know, something that if it meets your trading plan, you know, it's got the room. Not telling anybody to take the trade, but you can kind of see that it does have the room. And that's why you just practice. So let's just take the trade. Okay, we'll just take the trade in the simulator. If it comes back up here, see what happens. Okay, so it took the trade. Now I'm going to put my stop way up here. I'm not going to put it down. And again, why we're getting these, you know, huge number of shares, because it's the buy button. It's just, we're just trying to make it super simple. Okay, for those of you just starting out, it's going to buy $5,000 worth, and wherever you tell it to do, and then it's going to put a stop at the low of the day. That's why so many shares are taken. And of course, you know, once you begin trading, you wouldn't do that, but we're just trying to make it super, super simple. So let's see if this is working now. I'm going to flatten that trade. Yeah, I just wanted to see if this was working. So, okay, at least this total P&L. Now there's the max P&L. If I'd got out right here, right at the very top, you know, that's what I would have made. And there it goes, guys. Again, I wouldn't, if I were in this trade, I wouldn't have taken it out there. I just wanted to test to make sure this was now working the way it's supposed to. Give me one moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, it's a big rug pull on that one. Wow. From high of 194 all the way down to 152. Fairly low float. One of the columns I like to have is the distance from the exit price. Okay. So that tells me, well, pretty self-explanatory. Where is it now from where I exited? So of course, if you went long something, you want to see a nice big negative number. Okay. So that because that's telling, okay, you get now, oh, VTNR guys. So why did I have a price alert set there? Wow, look at this. 916 is the high looking left. Now look at this. Look at this room this has got VTNR. Look at the room VTNR's got. Now I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but boy, oh boy, this has got a lot of room now. And it's not a crazy low float. So again, the distance from the exit price, that's going to tell me, okay, where is it now from where you exited? And there's that 1150 level that Zach suggested it might get to, the CFVI. I got to keep an eye on this VTNR, guys. I mean, I mean, just look at the room it's got. Is there any news today on it? Meanwhile, yeah, CFEI is just exploding now. So much for 1150, 1155 now. But there's that red bar ignored, guys. You know, just basically said, watch something. You see a little pattern like that, uptrend, little stall, and then the continuation. All right, I'm resetting this this alert here for VTNR. I mean, it just looks too tempting. If it really, I mean, look what it's done over the last few days. It's gone from 7 to 9. Not like an incredible run, but at August the 9th, yeah. So this was an earnings play. Okay, this was an earnings play. That's why it got knocked down because of earnings. VTNR. Just looking here, August the 9th. That's the August the 9th candle. Okay, so it got hammered down on earnings, but trying to crawl back, VTNR. What's the spread like on this? Yeah, it's good. Only a penny for VTNR. Listen, I may not take this out again, but boy, oh boy, look at this! Look at this gap. Yeah, Nerve is trying to make a little comeback here, guys. NERV trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. I'm gotta pay attention to this VTNR. It's not trading really abnormally. There we go. Just hanging around that 920 level. So it's a little bit above the high looking left. 916. 200 day is 844. So it took that out today. Or actually touched it today. I guess it took it out on Friday. Came down to it, bounced off it. High short float percent also. So VTNR did not show up on the races. That just happened to be something that had a price alert set on it. Meanwhile, wow, getting some really good action on these little guys. Look at the RVPHs. Tore through three briefly. It's pulled right back down. And again, I can't see any news on it. It's not a crazy, well, it's a low float. It's not a crazy high short float percent. If I were inclined to swing, I mean, this thing is kind of a recycling company, recycling used motor oil, petroleum byproducts, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, look at your stop there, Poe. It seemed pretty tight for this stock. Look at the market, guys. Boy, this is pretty impressive. We've actually gone positive on the Dow, positive on the SPY. NAS is still down a tick, but pretty impressive what's happening here. Holding that 400. Well, here's another one coming right into the 200-day moving average. NXE coming right into the 200-day moving average. Is it going to stall there? Give us a little bit of a short opportunity? Ah, on the uranium plays. Good for you. Yeah, I mean, that's based beautifully too. I mean, it really had no pullback whatsoever. 15-minute candle straight up. Consolidation, now another little move. Probably URA looks almost the same. The ETF. Yeah, look at that. CCJ is really is the leader, so that's what you would expect from a URA. Boy, this one, I mean, this is a tough one. I actually think I traded this on Friday and I sort of escaped. And it's a tough one because of the spread sometimes. But FAZE and the next high looking left was 1914. And that's what got me all interested in it because it had, all sorts of room. Spread is not, well, 1851, 1865 right now. It can be all over the place though. Okay, guys, watching this VTNR to see if it at least holds that 916 level. That was the high. Yeah, it is a big float. You're right. It is a big float for a $4 stock, half a billion, almost 400 million. And that's why there were 5 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Hmm. All right, market. Even though I'm not seeing too many of the small ones moving. Yeah, I always wonder about these sort of ones, as Zach is pointing out. I mean, there's no news that we can see anyway. I can't see any news on this one whatsoever. Maybe there was some news here. I don't know, but it was under $1. Pretty impressive, actually. It came from under $1, 6 days ago, and it maintained. Not only did it maintain, man, oh man. Okay, guys, just kind of watching this VTNR to see if it holds this 916. Okay, it's sort of giving it up, guys. So okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the VTNR trade, a little loss. I'll wait again to see if it takes out that 916 level again. I was hoping it would just stay in that 920 level and just, I'm not looking for a massive move. Just, I thought it would hold that 920, but 916, it's got to hold 916 for sure. Okay. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, what I'm looking for now is something showing up that I haven't really seen all day, kind of like the CAAS. I don't think I've really seen this all day. I don't think it won any races. It's just kind of showing up. And, big base here. What do we see? You know what? Don't like it. Why? Well, look left. 430 is the high, and then 437. So we're at 419 right now. Obviously, if it can take all of this out, then the next high is 512, sure. But I don't have the faith that it's going to take out these two highs. So consequently, becomes a no trade for me right now. All right, VTNR is getting me interested again. Let's see if it gets back into the 920s. Wow, I haven't seen this one for a while. Gossamer. I think this was a meme stock. Look at that short flow percent, 22%. I think this was a meme stock on a couple of days right here. Went from 7 to 1180 or so. Just threw up this JZ just to see what it was doing. Down 50%. Wow. That, of course, is from the close of Friday. If you weren't around, it got up to almost 200. I don't have a real feel for the nerve right now. Somebody's willing saying it's getting into the VWAP, 1257. Yeah. The drug continues to be a very messy trader. All right, guys, just biding my time here. I'm going to keep my eye on the VTNR in case it does take out 920 again. All right, guys, I'm sort of just biding my time here. I'm not seeing anything other than that VTNR that I'm kind of interested in, but only if it gets into the 920s again will I probably take a shot at it. All right, guys, 2 o'clock. Yeah, just not seeing too much of interest to me anyway, in the stuff that I'm scanning on. This thing is a miserable thing. This NCPL. Wow. Remember, I almost took this one on Friday and just. Yeah, and it's shortable for me too. Yeah, lots of shares available for CFVI. Here's Rite Aid guy. This popped this into my watch list. And RAD, so it took out yesterday's high, I think, or Friday's high, 850. Well, it's right at Friday's high of 850. The 200-day is 926. So that's far enough away, 927. VWAP is 815, so it's above the VWAP, and just been kind of inching its way up. And that's Rite Aid, RAD. All that nice news for CMRX, meaning nothing right now. So it is, now it says $550 million. I could have sworn the first time we saw it was 125 million. So it's a deal worth up to $550 million. Monkeypox. But the interest in these stocks seem to be completely off now. If they had put that news out about 4 weeks ago, it could be $10 now. Vertical video, taller than it is wide. Okay, guys, listen, what time is it now? 2:12? Really don't have too much more to say. There's nothing happening on my end that I can really talk about. I'm just looking at, in terms of stocks anyway. But Bath and Beyond, though, obviously should be watched tomorrow. I mean, if it holds over the 200-day moving average, which is at 14 right now. So maybe a good opportunity just to quickly go over my homepage again for those of you who don't know. Okay, so click on my homepage and this is what you're going to see. So we have a good promo on right now. First place 25 for 25% off, first month only or the entire year. We have the 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the big one, premium annual is 2,000, standard is 1,000, of course less the 25%. Don't take out an annual, start off with a monthly. Okay, you can always, and within 30 days, if you decide you want to get an annual, we'll honor that 25%. So you can start off with a standard 118, 228 for premium, less than 25%. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. The big difference, nothing to really see today, but it's the AI. That's the big difference between premium and standard. Our standard subscription is excellent. I'm not saying don't get premium, but we get the question all the time. I mean, with the races in standard, because I lobbied for them to put it in premium. Just kidding. But seriously, with the races in standard, I mean, boy, that is excellent. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory you do this. Let's get started, okay? Let's get started. Download and installation. First startup and login. Toolbar and right-click magic. 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes. You must do this. I don't think this is fixed yet. Daily stock of the day video, but try it. I think some might get it. I do a stock of the day video at noon. Trade of the week. There was no trade of the week this week. I mean, the trade of the week was to stay in cash, okay? Aha, VTNR. But it is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The last two trades of the week did not trigger at all. So when you get an email, when you get the email, what it says is this trade is considered live at this price, okay? And in the last two trades of the week, never got to that price. So they weren't bad. They just nothing happened. Education section. Click on the user guide. You should have done the getting started, but there it is again. At least know what an alert window is. At least know what a top list window is, and especially know about stock racing. Okay, 3 or 4 videos, lots of explanation about what stock racing is all about. And this is constantly being improved. Both the visuals, the speed at which these stocks move up and down, but also the visuals constantly being improved. There is the Getting Started series again. We're nagging at you. You must do this. So today, Monday, so if you went over into our YouTube room between 12 and 1, you heard Chris. Tomorrow it'll be Michael Noss between 12 and 1. But Chris is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So when I shut the main room down, before I do, I'll put the YouTube link in and you can head over and listen to Chris for another hour. I don't know if I got an answer on the webinars today. All right, I'm not really sure about the webinar schedule this week. I can't see anything, but you know what? Sign up for it right here. You get all the information. One week we're Monday, Wednesday. The next week we're Tuesday, Thursday. Some of you may have got an email, but you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. Michael Noss, who I said will be in our YouTube room tomorrow, put this great little series together. If you're new to trading, I really encourage you to take a look at it. It's free. Starts off with what is a stock? And last, my scan. So here are my scans that I'm sharing. This is the scan that you see here. And then I have another scan, race scan that I'm sharing right here, the large cap gainers. And then the 10-day daily breakout and down. Don't get too many alerts. See, look at all the alerts today, hardly any. That's what I want. Then the single stock window. This is the single stock window. You can, of course, this is customized for what I want to see, but you can customize it to whatever you want. These are just filters in here. And then the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market to kind of get a feel for what might happen with some stocks. And there's the halts resumes. It's basically just alerts you when a stock gets halted and then when it resumes. I put in a momentum scan. Some of you that is from our momentum channel. Some of you might like that. Zach's bouncers and toppers for I would call advanced traders. So the bouncers looking for stocks that have been maybe beaten up and then are bouncing, or the toppers, maybe stocks that have gone a bit parabolic and you're looking to short. And then I also have the basic new highs and lows, okay, which I actually loaded it today, mainly for the lows, okay. I wanted it because I don't really have a scan. I flipped this scan, the biggest gainers from the open to the biggest losers from the open, not really getting what I want. So I thought I'd go back to the old faithful basic new lows and see what would happen. That is, that's where I saw, well, right here, BZRE right here at 720 at 10 o'clock, but at 720. And again, I don't get too many alerts. There are only for the whole day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. only nine alerts. So I don't mind having a scan like that, even though I'm spending, 99% of my time here. I don't mind getting the auto alert from something else because it's not too distracting, especially when you're only getting, about 10, 5 to 10 for the entire day. So save my link. You've saved my link. Then you can look at the education, my scans, and everything else at your leisure. So in that education section, and then go to the guide, and then go to the TI stock race. I'm going to go over what it's all about. But again, the guide is there because you're probably going to forget a lot of what I say. So the guide is there. So this is how it works. Every race starts off from a top list window, okay? This is the top list window that I'm using. Very simple. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares, and it's got to be up at least 2% from the close, so a positive stock today. That's it. So if stock meets those requirements, then if it starts to move, you'll see it in the race, okay? But let me back up a bit. Before we had races, the whole concept of racing, we've had top lists for years and years and years. And so top lists basically were a nice way to rank stocks. And you could rank them based on, or you could sort on any one of the column headers. Okay, so for instance, if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the close in the list, I just double left click a couple of times. So AHI is up 97%, RVPH 68%, etc. There's a list, okay? I want to find the ones that are up most from the open. Same thing, RVPH 67%, 64%, etc. Great. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes, okay? Okay, guys, sorry about that. Well, working from home, sometimes you get these distractions. This time it was pets. Okay. So yes, so it's wonderful to be able to sort on any column. If I want to find the highest relative volume today, AHI 402 times normal, things like that. But how are you going to use this to trade? I mean, if you took a look at RVPH and you're looking, okay, great, it's up 70% from the open. What do I do with that? Or AHI 62% from the open. What do I do with that? And along came the races. So yes, RVPH could really start to move again, right? 75%, 80%, 100%, And that's possible, in which case you would see it start moving up on the leaderboard. But what if, for instance, Stbx at 23% right now really started to move? It was 23, now it's 28, and then it's 30, 35, really started to move. You'd never know that, unless you're staring at a specific stock and trying to see if this number is changing, which would be an insane way to do it. You'd never know that. So that is what the races are all about. So a race just started, for instance, okay? I'm running 4-minute races. So when a race is over, another one starts. So what happens is every stock starts off the same, just at a starting line. And whatever stock is moving the most on a percentage basis when the race starts, and all throughout this race, you will see the stock as it starts maybe moving up to the top. Maybe it's gets right to the top here. Right now, nothing is really moving. PRTY is at the top here, but it's only moved 0.57%. And so it's not a big deal. But all of a sudden you could see some stock, down here, or even the top one. I mean, the top one could still start to move. If it went from 70% to 80% to 100%, you'd see it. There's the Stbx we just talked about. Okay. So so this is the beauty of it. Basically it's all relative to every other stock, what is moving the most, and it'll tell you the percentage, and it'll actually tell you, the amount it moved since the race started. So that's number one. Number two is it'll automatically create a top 10 list for you. Okay. So a watch list. So AHI, as an example, you see the 16 beside it. That means it won 16 races today. RVPH 12 races, Stbx 7, etc. Okay, so this creates a great watch list for you for the day. You might see this one, SONX, and you say, well, it only won 2 races. I wonder what it's doing right now. You click on it and look what it's doing. It's not doing anything. Doesn't mean, though, you might look at that and go, Meanwhile, guys, CFVI just made new highs again, I think. But you might look at this Sonex and go, wow, what if it breaks out over 122? Put an alert there, or put a conditional buy order. Practice that, because what it's doing is it's consolidating. So the fact that it hasn't won a race in a long time doesn't mean it's over. So that's why I'm saying this is a great watch list. I would just click on the various alerts periodically just to see what they're doing. You're seeing SNTG. Maybe it starts to move again. Get some volume. Maybe it starts to move again. So what this really, really allows you to do is focus on one scan and creating a watch list for you. If you're new to trading, and you're new to trade ideas, you can get really wrapped up in trying to create all sorts of different alerts, all sorts of different scans, and you can click like mad all day long and get nothing done. So this to me is the beauty of it. It's yes, it gives you interesting looks all throughout the day, but it gets you to focus on one thing and one thing alone. Now I do have another one, the biggest gainers from the open in large cap stocks. So, if you're new to trading, I mean, these are very volatile, and they give you the biggest bang for the buck in terms of stocks that can really, really move, but it's not like they're super simple to trade. This may be, especially if you're starting out, or even if you're not starting out, this may be more in line with how, your personality. You don't want things that are so volatile. So you take a look at a Bed Bath and Beyond, what it did all day. So this is the large cap gainers. And all I did was I just took this one and I just said, okay, add the fact that it has to be a 500 million market cap, and also at least a 50 million share float. So you're not going to typically get stocks that you're not going to get the big, huge percentages, but you get a CCJ. I mean, as somebody said earlier, CCJ, even though it's a large cap, certainly gave a nice trade if you took it. But I encourage you to watch the videos, watch all there is to see in the education section, and go to the guide and then the TI stock races, because you can create your own races from your top list. Okay. The fact that I like to see these sort of stocks, it may not be exactly what you want. You can also take stocks that you want to see. So you might have a watch list of stocks that you like to see every single day. Maybe 20, 30. You can take those stocks, create a symbol list, and attach it to a top list window, and then run a race on those stocks as an example. All right, guys. So it is now 2:31. So again, in about half an hour, what I usually do is put myself on mute, maybe even a little earlier. I'm always here, though. I can always answer questions. If you have any questions, I'm still sitting here. I just hop back on the mic. All right, guys. So when you say when can I check these out? So I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Ali in the Bay. What do you mean, when can I check them out? If you're a subscriber, so when you say, like, what are you talking about specifically in terms of checking out? You talking about the scans that I share? Or are you talking about the education section? Just need a little more information. If you're a subscriber, you can check them out. Ah, you will check them out when you have the time. I got it. Okay. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, that's why I saved my link, and then you can look at all this anytime you want. Also sharing a layout, guys. The layout that you see right here, I am actually sharing it if you want it. Let me just put that in the room. So again, this is a layout that I'm sharing. So if you want my layout, people ask, well, this is what it would look like. If you want it, great, but make sure if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save that to the cloud, okay? Without getting into docking and all and talking about that, I just want to make sure that people understand that you, in theory, can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you created a layout, make sure you save it to the cloud first. If you want to take a look at my layout, now you may only want a couple of things from my layout. That's why I in my scan section I have them individually. Poor Kramer. So we shorting Microsoft and Johnson. Saw histo earlier here, H-I-S-T-O, H-I-S-T-O, HSTO, I'm sorry, yeah, that's the symbol. Let's take a look left and what it did over the last little while. Yeah, I mean, listen, this has got some room if it can just clear. I mean, the high, let me back this daily chart out a little bit. We've got a high at 214, we've got a high at 213, we've got a high of 216, we've got a high of 223. Kind of see if we can take out 220 because then the next high is 258. And then over here about 263. I mean, it's trying to make a little bit of move here, but again, I wouldn't be taking it unless it got at least over 220. That's what we want to see. See that little 40-cent distance from the exit price for the MTMT? That's what we want to see. You get into something and you get out of it, and it's 40 cents below where you got out. That's what you want to see. Let's just check out the different look at the sectors from the open. Let's see what happened. Yeah, so, well, actually, well, now this is a very different look, of course. So what you're seeing here, for instance, for energy, XLE, the main ETF for energy, the stocks that make up this, 100% of them are up from the open, 100%. But, utilities, 100%, communication, 77%, technology, 2/3 of them, healthcare, 82%. So, I mean, it, in my way of thinking, it's always, change from the close is okay. Change from the open, better. For me anyway. Yes, real, thank you. But seriously, okay? I mean, that's a very, very different look. Because when you look, you think, well, the market's down, NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. But from the open, things have moved to the positive side. This CFVI, the fact that it's just kind of basing nicely here, I think. Yeah, it's not really a base, a little pop, but look left. This is the type of stock that can really keep going. I mean, 3 o'clock comes, and even after hours. I'm not saying it's going to happen, of course, but when you look left, $12.29. So it's got about 70 cents to that level. The next high looking left. You know, for those of you who follow either the 80 MA or the 10 SMA in a 15-minute chart, look what RVPH is doing. It's holding it, holding it, holding it. As an example. I mean, this obviously has room to run because I got to 310 before it pulled back, but there's that 10 SMA, that blue line. Nerve, still contesting with our the VWAP is still in its way, 1255. The VWAP is still in its way. So, you know, if you thought, okay, if this stock takes out the VWAP, you know, maybe I want to buy it. Okay, so let's just do it. I mean, just do it. Put the buy button, and the VWAP is at 1255. So I'll say let's buy it at 1272. Okay, so a blue line up here on the chart. Actually, Lolly Bear asked the question, is there a tutorial page for the strategy listed in the Market Explorer? I want to say yes, because I know Michael has been, let me just take a look at this. I don't use the Market Explorer, but I think it might even be in the guide. Just give me a moment, okay? I know he's busy doing a lot of videos on it. So let me just take a look at the guide. And let me see, Market Explorer. Yes, okay. So he is doing, I don't know how many he's done, okay, but even if he hasn't done the video, there'll be some text, okay? So obviously there's not been a video on this one. Oh, but yeah, there has been, right here. So yeah, so go to my homepage. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, and I'll get my homepage link again. The question was in our YouTube room, is there a tutorial page for the strategies listed in the Market Explorer? So the answer is certainly there's going to be text on every one of them. And I know he's creating videos on every one of them. Whether he's done every single one video-wise, I can't answer that. Okay, but again, just click on my homepage link and then go to education section, user guide, and then when you see down to Market Explorer, okay? Okay, guys, there's the CFVI on the move here. And Cabba. Ooh, Cabba on the way down. What, last time I saw it was up here at 2. Ooh, this was shortable too. Cabba was shortable for me. Look at this drop from 2 to $1.40. Wow, what a percentage move. All right, guys, CFVI making another new high here. That's actually a red bar ignored. The red bar ignored on CFVI, I believe, I don't know if it's classical, 1167. Yes, actually, a red bar ignored. So what do I mean? So take a look at CFVI. It exploded a little bit more. Okay, so you see this red bar there, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The next candle being green, you have a trigger for a possible entry at around 1167. Okay, so look at it this way. Now I like to see a couple of green candles in a row, but you know what? We've obviously been in an uptrend. So look at it this way. You have a green candle, you have a pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. Does it happen all the time? Of course not. But you know, this is one of those setups that very popular. And of course, the reverse would be a green bar ignored. You know, if a stock is moving down, has a pause with a green candle, but then the next candle is green, continuing down. All right, guys, so it is 2:50 now. So what I'm going to do is just put the announcement in. I'm going to put myself on mute, but I am here. So if you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. Okay, and this again, the main room will be open until 3:30. I'll shut the main room down, and then Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And again, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do shut everything down, or the main room down. And boy, keep an eye on that CFVI. Okay, putting myself on mute. All right, guys, do you recall my saying, click on anything that made it in the top 10, even if it's just won 2 races or 1 race? Remember my saying, take a look at SNTG? And I said, you know what? You could be the type of person that's looking at this as a consolidation. And if it takes out that area, you might want to take the trade. So you see how this as a watch list. So even though SNTG probably did nothing for about 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours, all of a sudden it starts to move again. And by the way, what's moving again is nerve, guys. Nerve, N-E-R-V, N-E-R-V, moving again. And I think it is at the magic VWAP. I think 55. So it's right at that VWAP area. The other one that's moving down is the AZRE, breaking down through 6 again. Nerve, nerve, N-E-R-V, the VWAP. So remember, I took this as a conditional. I said, okay, let's take the trade in the simulator if it got to that level. Just want to show you the mechanics of doing it. Okay, guys, back on mute. Again, any questions? I'm here. All right, guys, I just put the YouTube link in, and how about that SNTG? I mean, I wish I could play myself back. And when I was talking about this SNTG right there, saying, you know what, you see something in this watch list, click on it, see what's happening. When we clicked on this SNTG, this is what it was doing. It was doing nothing. I said, but how about if you just maybe put an alert or a potential buy at a certain price that you like? And I was suggesting, around that 380 mark. My goodness, 380 to what? Almost a dollar. So that's what I'm saying. Use this like a watch list. Just because something is not moving now, it could start moving on later in the day. Yeah, I've got the 10 SMA here. I know what you're talking about, real. I got the 10 SMA here. You probably have the 8 EMA. Probably very much, very, very similar. It held right at that consolidation area. It was holding. All right, guys, back on mute now. I'm just kind of waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. Should be about 5 minutes or so. And here's another one. I mean, look at that 200-day moving average for SNTG. So far, it's through it. 459. That's the area, as Rio calls it. Look, boy, how choppy was the SPY, though? Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Wow. Next high looking left, well, it's taken that out, I believe. That's a high back in April. 470, that's right at that high. Let's back it out on the daily chart and just see where the next highs are. Of course, coming into 5 could be a little bit tricky. Tough psychological number to get through. Seems to be a lot of stuff right around 5, right around here. This is back again in April. Look at CFVI, guys. I don't know where this is going, but it just kind of got that look. Little 3-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. Takes out the high right there, which would be about 1165. That could get it rolling. Any news, SNTG? I don't think we saw any news on it. Yeah, I don't see any news on SNTG. See you tomorrow, Earl. Thank you for all your help, trying to help Jorn and others. You know, all this needs is some volume. The CFVI, look at the volume, how it's dwindled. Okay, kind of dwindled, but boy, if it gets some volume. Late stage surge. Because the next high, looking left, is 1227. No stopping it. Of course, China, and look at the float, 1 million in the float. It's really not traded that, I mean, it's 45 times normal and it's 3 times the float, but it's not like it's 20 or 30 times the float. If it were, this would be up probably about 500%. And again, on no news that I can see. You see, good stop, guys. Look, you know, don't want to get stubborn. You know, the VTNR looks good. I mean, I'll watch it for tomorrow, but you know, I didn't get stubborn. Think it'll come back. It'll be down a lot more. I took a little loss on it, and that's the key phrase: little loss or manageable loss. Ah, there's that. There's that,
There it
Chris.
is.
There it is.
There it is.
Oh man, just watching that CFVI to see if it has a late day surge.
I've been watching SNTG. I'm so tired. I'll be honest. I can barely keep my eyes open right now. And I was looking at STNG on the 4 break. I was like, I don't have the energy to watch something with 1 million in the float right now. And of course, now it's at like 480, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, we were talking about that one. Actually, basing at 371 on the 15-minute chart.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, just because it's done nothing, it won a couple of races early, had done nothing for probably a couple of hours. But I said, you know what? That's why we have a watch list. Click on it.
Exactly. And there it goes. Wow. It just really shot out. Yeah. Oh, man.
Okay, I got to buy it.
I'll make the screen swap and I'll talk to you tomorrow, Barry.
Bye, Chris.
Take care. So there you have it, sports fans. I just very tired here at my desk. And, you know, I talked about this earlier in the regard that, you know, I set all those price alerts on early races and, you know, we wait and see. And sometimes stuff comes back and sometimes it doesn't. And, yeah, I mean, there it is. You know, I had a price alert just over 4. And when it made that 430 break here on this candle, I said, this thing's going to run. And well, here it is. I just too tired to manage a trade right now, to be honest. And that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So I've had, you know, several trades where I felt like this and I took it and I ended up getting hurt kind of bad. And I said, you know, I want to walk away starting the week as a winner. I don't want to give that up with a bad trade. So anyways, hindsight trading 101 right there for you folks. So again, other than that, I don't think much has changed since I was here at the noon hour. As always, please, if you have any questions, throw those in for me. As I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Sorry, just typing a message back to someone. So anyways, that's that. We were talking about Weber a whole bunch in the noon session, and you know, came up and smacked around that 10 area, smacked around the 10, smacked around the 10, smacked around the 10. Just can't seem to get through it right now. Perhaps it will for the close, perhaps tomorrow it's at $5. Who knows? You know, as I said before, it's a day trading vehicle. I mean, they make freaking grills. I mean, you know, they're not changing the world here. This is not something I'd be looking to invest my money in. I don't. What I really can't understand is the fact that it's newly public. Like, it's a year old. Like, really? IPO'd a year ago with how long Weber's exist? I don't know. I'm sure it's some kind of nonsense to get compensation for the board of directors or someone like that involved in the stock. And of course, you'll have your conspiracy nut jobs that, you know, oh, look at the short float and hedge funds are trying to crush it. And fine, maybe hedge funds are trying to crush it, but again, they sell freaking grills. Like, you know, they're not putting communication satellites on the moon or something, you know. Anywho, day trading vehicle. Perhaps tomorrow it is on the moon. Perhaps tomorrow it's at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Oh, SNTG, you are killing me right now. Oh well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. When the grid goes out, that's fair. It'll be anarchy in the street for everybody to get their hands on a grill. So all right, so that's that. PETZ, this was one I set a price alert for, you know, early in the morning here. Came through and blasted through it. I mean, not a bad price move off of that. If, you know, someone was paying attention, watching, probably looks, yeah, it looks even nicer on a 5-minute chart. Look at that on a 5-minute chart, looks beautiful. You know, again, that's why we set these price alerts and do what we do. Again, you know, I bring over share price alerts that I have right here. This is all stuff I set today. There's nothing on here from carried over from the weekend. You know, every day I start fresh. You know, at some point today, after I do a little homework, I'll right click and delete all 16 of those, and that'll be that. And we'll start it anew tomorrow. The price alerts are really for my day trading, and that's it. So yeah, that happened. Quadruple U, we were talking about that at the noon hour. I had a price alert actually for it down here, I think around 85 or something. It shot up through. I just moved it up a little bit, somewhere around here, and we can see it's just not. It doesn't have it in it to get through this level right here. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. I mean, some nice stuff on a chart here. Just give me one moment. Put myself on mute for a second. There you go. Sorry, I had a personal call that I was waiting for coming in to me. I apologize for that, but I just had to answer that really fast. SWBI. Who are you? SWBI. What do you do? Oh, Smith & Wesson brands. What's going on here? No, long-term downtrend. Really long-term downtrend. Curious if we look at an anchored VWAP. I'm up here. Long ways to go to that anchored VWAP. Now let's look at an anchored VWAP Let's add an anchored VWAP to that here on the recent lows. So it's pinned down by those. So yeah, it looks kind of weakish. Do they have earnings? No, they don't have earnings for a week plus. So we'll see what happens. Big downtrend though. I guess people aren't as excited about guns as they used to be. I don't know. What else? So RVPH winning some races here right now. Coming back. Very nice move on that. I mean, again, the simple scan here, right? RVPH. This has been on this scan most of the day. Any RV capturing all this move early. STNG setting you up to be able to find this move later in the day. I don't know why the warrant kept beating the underlying stock of this. The stock won a few races. Kind of weird that the warrant was winning more, but it is what it is. But pointing you towards this, another one. So 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4, 5 for 5 with this here on the top 5 winners. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This obviously didn't work out to anything. This, you could have not. This is a tough one. But it's not like if you got involved in this stock, you ever went into that much pain, to be honest. It's not, by the time this was coming through, it never came back all the way down to the breakout level here. So CMRX, that never did anything, I don't think. But my point being here is, there was a trade there kind of in here, kind of. Not really to me, but someone might argue there was. My point being is here, just, so simple looking at relative strength from the open and how it can set up the entire day for you in that first 45 plus minutes or so, first hour of trading. Again, PETZ, let's bring that up on a 5-minute chart. That could have been a really nice trade. Yeah, we set a price alert from the open here. We couldn't get above that level, right? No big deal. Sits as a price alert, no harm, no foul, right? And later in the day, we see this surge in both volume and price, just kind of textbook right there, to be honest. So, do they do they probably did one a while back, I'm guessing, the stock split, looking at this here, 2,000 on it. If it was done, it wasn't done in the last week or so. I know it's been at these levels for a little while here. And again, I'm sure it's some trashy day trading stock. I mean, it's freaking pet food, right? Coming from China, right? Developed, manufactured pet food products. Products include categories such as pet chews, dried pet snacks, wet canned pet food, dental health. And you know what I mean? Like, again, I don't think we're looking at some riveting investment kind of stuff here, just day trading stuff. But all the same, just, a humble brag on the scan that I made here. That's all. I'm pretty sure they did that stock split a while ago, but don't quote me on that. MLCO that we talked about earlier never materialized to anything. We set the price alert, so I like to show off the good with the bad, right? I've showed off a few price alerts that I set earlier that turned out to be something. Here's some that still never amounted to anything. Quadruple U was one, MLCO was one. Weber continues to not be able to get through. TAL, another one that continues not to be able to get through. But look, if we don't set these price alerts, we're not patient, we don't wait, we don't find the SNTG, we don't find the PETZ, we don't find there's something else that did something today, right? Somewhere. I don't remember. The late day one here with, where did I see it? WETG. Late day move in that one, so we didn't even see this early in the day, to be honest, right? But then it started coming through for me at the $2 level. I mean, $2 stock, and you can get, a 20-cent move or something in it. Consider that on a percent basis. So now, quite personally, not a fan of the stock in the sense of that move, that float, that country, that liquidity, and that relative volume. But trade's a trade. And they're not all equal in the eyes of the trade holder. Yeah, that's all I got. What else do I got? I must have something else. INDO. So I've talked about this one, crying in my soup about it, but here's why we have stops, right? Let's say I didn't obey my stop here, all right? My stop was just above 950. 953 is my stop, right? Let's say I didn't obey my stop here, all right? And then this thing comes back and I'm like, yeah, see, I knew I shouldn't obey the stop. I shouldn't have listened. It's coming back. But then I didn't sell it here, right? When I got back into the money, because now it might make the move. It might make the move. Well, look what happened afterwards. Now I'm well below the stop. So while I'm still cursing that it stopped me out and then returned all the way back into the money, then some, this is what the end result is. And I don't imagine that this is going to make any big comeback in the next 17 minutes and change, right? So in the end, my stop stopped me from a big loss because I have no way to know that. Now, I had poor trade management here. What makes me think that I would have good trade management here? As an example, if I did not obey my stop there, right? So I had good trade management here. I didn't have to worry about trade management here. The trade didn't work. I move on to the next one. I curse it. Tomorrow, I won't even probably remember it tomorrow. So these are the kind of things that I want to point out as, real trader stuff here. As I get the impression, as there's very few questions on the software from anybody in here, that everybody's here more to listen to about trading and charts than they are the software itself. That has to be my belief at this point, with that. So anyways, just showing how important trade management is. Again, my point being is I didn't obey. Let's pretend, we'll pretend if I didn't obey my trade management here, and sure, it's only a couple of cents, but a couple of cents all of a sudden becomes a quarter, becomes 50 cents, becomes $1, becomes $100 loss, becomes $130 loss, becomes $170 loss, becomes a $400 loss. And I can guarantee basically everybody I'm talking to right now has had that happen. And if you thought about every time that you did that and you had actually obeyed the stop, where you'd be as compared to you are now, think about that for a minute. I often do, especially when it comes to my trading in my first 2 years, that had I just simply obeyed stops, I would have probably had a lot more losers. I'd have lost a lot less money in my first 2 years of trading. So just, food for thought and all those kinds of things. Scan that I was referring to earlier. Mostly I just talk about I used to call it a Bollinger Band scan, but I don't call it that anymore. It's just relative strength from the open scan. These are all the same scan. The only difference is this one here that I'm drawing all the squiggly lines on has a $100 maximum on it. And these two here with the circle with just the X in them, those have, I think, a $30 price maximum or $40 price maximum. Everything else is exactly the same. I did make reference to some other scan when I think there was speaking with Hannah earlier, and they were asking if about candle reversals. And so I showed a way that wasn't necessarily candle reversals, but a way to try to find reversals essentially, or, kind of finding things that are off the highs, but maybe headed back up towards the highs. So I went over something like that. Oh, that reminds me. After we parted ways, I started messing around with that scan that I'd shared earlier to show that. So I started here. I can never help myself with back testing and wanting to automate someday. So off highs, breaking resistance. So this is the scan. And when Barry had come back at the noon hour that I was discussing and whatever else, I just showed a back test on it. And I created the scan and haven't edited the scan since the middle of December last year. And from the middle of December to the end of January, beginning-ish of February, it looked pretty good. And by the middle of February, it didn't look bad, but it wasn't looking as good. And then all of a sudden, it just kind of fell apart. And it's just been up and down ever since then, and kind of just, toeing the equity line evenly here like that. And then, the daily chart on it, just, this is what kills me on it on the back test. The daily chart looks like this, and it's just got these real big loser days that stop it from being a good scan. And so I was going through it and saying, gee, I just want to mess around with the back tester and see what I can do here and if there's anything to be had. So I went into the configuration of it, and I started playing around with a couple of things. Instead of doing, because, I've been talking a lot, trading based on the change from open and not based on the change from close, because something could gap down and reverse. And if I'm looking at change from close, as a positive instead of change from open as a positive, I could miss it. Well, I just screwed around and did a couple of things here. So this is what I ended up doing. Whoops, clicked the wrong button. So first I'll show this. First I'll share it, and then I'll show it off. So it's just a modified version. Now it's V4 of the scan that I had. Copy. Okay. So I'm loading the scan, and I'm dropping it to share as soon as I can find my mouse. There we go. There you go. So this is going to be the new version of it that I just did. Where the heck did it go? Is it behind here? Yes. Huh. Oh, you know what, though? I didn't rename it in the window, did I? Configure. I did not rename it in the window, so I'm going to have to redo this really quick here. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. So what happens when you get really overtired? Yeah, all right. So I changed this. Hold on. Let's rename it this way, because I renamed it as I saved it, not in the window. All right. I'm going to share this one. Don't use that cloud link. Use this cloud link. Copy. Okay. I'm going to delete the old one. The old cloud link's getting deleted, so don't bother trying to load that. Load that one instead. Load from cloud. Delete. So, all right. So I did that, and I changed in this one. Let's look at the configure of this one. I'm just going to go into this and kind of go off on this tangent here, unless someone else has some other questions regarding the software. I'm going to take a screenshot of this so we can compare what I did here. And I didn't change the actual back testing metrics of it. So here's what this scan looked like originally. All right. And now here's what I've changed it to. And so we can see here as a comparison, I left the price the same, but I took out this here, this part of that range, right? Left this the same, but I got rid of the change from close, right? And instead, I wanted to see it just up from the open a couple of percent, meaning that even if it gapped down, it's looking strong on a reversal already. So that's what I really changed there, basically. So Hannah got me thinking about reversals. All right. And so I'm going to hide that for a second, and we're going to get out of this, and we're going to back test the original one again, and nothing else changed. I left my risk management the same. I left my timed exit the same. So here's the original one. Let's simulate the buy. It's going to move that to the side. And now here's the revised one. Now, this is going to look great, but this is 1 day of results. I'm going to continue to forward test this now for a while because, I like to do those things. This is like adult video games to me, essentially. I very much enjoy getting down back testing holes, and that looks pretty darn good. And we also went from 159 trades over the 63 days to 138 trades. Win percent is way up. Profit factor is off the charts up compared. And that win-loss spread, look at the win-loss spread. We went from -4% to +7%, right? But here's where the kickers come. When you see big spikes in the equity curve like this here, that tells you that it's one big day that took that. We just got a nice, steady sloping curve here, right? And the big test, we look at the daily on the original, right? And we got those big, big down days. Well, now let's look at the daily on this one, right? We don't have big down days. We got some real nice up days here. So something promising. Now, it did have 4 losing days in a row. Not a fan of that, obviously. This also had 4 losing days in a row. This had 6 winning days in a row compared to this. Now, look, things I want to keep people realistic about the backtester. There's no real way to account for slippage. There's no real way to account for liquidity. There's no real way to account for spread. Sure, we could add a spread filter into it, and there's some things we can do, and there's some things I have done. I put this share commission part in here to account for a little slippage. I put $3 in, $3 out for the trade. Some stuff like that to try to help keep it realistic. But that's that. So we got those ones there, and then so I shared that, and then I had this here, and I messed around with it one more time. I'm going to rename this, though, version 5. I'm going to press OK. Now I'm going to share this one. Save or share to cloud, save and share, copy link address. What I'm really trying to do here, more than anything, is get everybody thinking outside the box for all this stuff. Yeah, the first one won't load, Ron, because I changed it. So look at the second 2 sets of links that I put. Those should both be good for you to go. All right. So now hide that back test, and then let's get rid of that drawing. So we've got, this is what it was originally looking like. All right, let's look at this configure. And now let's look at the second configuration here. All right, let's get a screenshot of that up. All right. And keep using my mouse. And now let's look at what I did on the final configuration. It's not the final, but stop that. My mouse is being funny. All right. So there's that. And so what we did before, right, we had the minus 0.25 in the change from close. That's still gone, right? We left this, we left this, we left this, we left this. We got rid of the minimum position and range. We left that out because we just want to see we're up from the close, but off the highs of the day. And then I upped it from $4 to $10. And this was the results. So let's get rid of that. Let's do this. Back test strategy. Let's get rid of that. And let's bring up the old back test. There's that. And that. And that. And here we go. So here's the original one. Looks pretty bad. Here's this one looking pretty good. And then here's this one looking really sharp, right? Look at the winners. Look at the average winner and loser. Look at the win percent, just up slightly. Look at that profit factor, though, right? And we still keep a nice, steady equity curve, right? And that daily looks pretty sharp as well here. So I will note, while there's less losing days here, there's less overall trading days, so less winning days, right? Some food for thought for myself here. I didn't really do any optimizing. I just kind of had a thought and I ran with it. Yep, this is exactly, Hannah. This is the original one that I shared earlier, and then now, because the original one was version 3, now this is version 4 and version 5. Now, looking at all the data, this has a better strategy return, and this has a better annual projected return, right? But we could do some digging around here, right? We can take a look at some different things and take a look here, and we can come back to optimization here, and we can look at price intervals, and let's put it at $1 intervals just for fun. And it looks like me cutting out cut out a lot of good amount of winning trades that looked really good here overall. And the only thing it did well was it cut out these trades here that didn't when I changed the price on this, right? So we come back to the optimization tab. We're at price. Let's give it $1 intervals again, right? So while I cut this out, I cut that out too. So overall, it looks like having some lower price stocks in here worked out well. Let's look at the higher price stocks now, right? Not bad. Do I want, part of me says, to take a look at this. Now that's cut out a lot right here if I cut that out on trades, right? And so, we tally up losers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bad columns. So 7 bad columns, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 good looking columns there. So 10 to 7. So overall, it looks like I should keep that the way it is. Just again, food for thought. Yeah, I haven't put these in any kind of live anything. I made reference to this earlier. No, I'm sorry. I was having a conversation with someone earlier that I have tried to go into automated trading 3 times. I had back tested a few different strategies and things that I wanted to do in automation the first time, and it was looking so good in the simulator. I mean, it was like, even if it like did half of what it was looking at, it looked like it was going to be good. And the day I decided to go live automating that was, I believe, January 31st of 2020, when like the first big day of COVID worries happened. And I lost a lot of money that day in automation. Everything was broken. Nothing worked well. And I said, okay, well, that's that. I'm not, it licked my wounds. I was really upset. And then that was it. I just shied away from automation after I said that. That's a sign to me, back away from automation. And then sometime in late 2020, I started trying to do the same thing again. Now, what I was doing was automating a list of stocks that I had on a watch list and some very simple things with it. And again, it looked like it was good. And then all of a sudden, again, the market decided that day that I decided to turn the automation on to have a gap up. And then it proceeded to completely fall apart, the market. And I was up big, and then I was down twice as big. I was up in automation, and that was that. And I said, that's it. I'm not automating anymore. Every time I go to automate, this happens to me. But, luck would have it that I decided working on another strategy one day. And this was in early 2021. And basically the same thing happened again. And that was that. And so it's just every time I've gone to go to automation, every single time the market rolls over really hard. And I've lost money all 3 times. Now, the first 2, I lost a good amount of money. The second one, I was only down slightly. It wasn't a big deal. But it was really discouraging to be 0 for 3 on automation. Doesn't mean I've given up, but, I'm very skeptical for myself anyways on my abilities to be able to do it. So anyways, those are the 3 scans. That's what I did. That's what I messed around with today. And some of my downtime, I have now outright shared those with you, and Godspeed to you all. I hope you all got something out of that. And if not, sorry. They load, but no results. I'm not sure what you mean, no results. Are you, I forget, Ron, are you on? Yeah, you're on premium, right? Yeah, you're on premium. Here, I'll share those links again. There should be no reason those links don't load, though. Share. So this is version 5. Copy. Paste. So that's 1. Version 4. Share. Copy. Paste, and let me know. Those 2 should load without any question. Yeah, Hannah, I'll be honest, that's not something I was always doing, or let me rephrase that. I was always thinking on how to improve a scan. I will never say I was good at it. Sometimes I have better luck than others or better results. I don't think it's necessarily luck. But like, for example, Jamie Hodge has the Turbo Family Up No Resistance. And that thing was like such a great scan when I first started trading in 2017. Now, I wasn't a good trader. I don't know necessarily that I am a good trader or not now. I'm better now than I was then. 5 years later, I'm better. I can say that. But that scan was fire all of 2017. And I, did some stuff to try to improve on it, but never had, like, sometimes it would look better in my back test and sometimes it wouldn't when I was messing around, when I was taking out the individual scans from that multi-window that Jamie had created. But, try to think of, what's been working in my trading. And that's what I would implore you to do, is think of what's been working in your trading and how would you put that into a scan, and the best way that I always do that is this here. Let me get rid of all this stuff here. Close that, close. The best way to do that is to come into the configure and just start scrolling through stuff and thinking about it and looking at it. And how does this work? And how does it fit onto the charts that I trade? Does it fit onto the charts? Do I need to go on to the next one? There's a lot of these alerts that I think that have no value to me whatsoever. For example, I've never really went for the running up or running down stuff. Nothing ever clicked for me there. Instead, I went more with this crossed above resistance, and support ones here. I looked at those ones. I took a little look for a while at these 1 minute and high relative volume ones, but I just never made anything work out of those ones. But that doesn't mean that other people can't make that stuff work. And that's part of the exercise in building scans, is taking a look at these different items, what they do, what they look like on charts, and how they do and do not affect according to what your trading is. Then, the next real big rabbit hole in all of this is the filters. Because there's just so many filters. And the thing with the filters is not only does the filter exist, but now the values of the filter come into, you put a filter in and, all of a sudden you throw a 1 here and a 3 here, right? But then what if you decide you want a 2.9 here instead? How does that change things? And that, just that 0.1% on any filter could make a world of difference in how a scan works. And sometimes it makes absolutely no difference at all. But these are only things that we learn through trial and error, and there's no magic bullet or anything like that that's going to tell us that. Only being a junkie like me and falling asleep at your desk multiple nights while hitting the back test button. Thanks, Ron. Thanks. I want these sessions always to be a combination of two things. One, I want to help you all obviously learn the platform and get the most out of it. Nobody uses all the platform. Nobody. I mean, I know a lot of the platform because I have to, because there are thousands and thousands of users that all use it in different ways, and they have to be able to go back and troubleshoot, all kinds of questions. But I don't use, I probably use a quarter of the platform, if that even, with all the stuff that exists. So, part of it is I want to be able to obviously educate everybody on using the platform. And then I want to help you all in understanding and learning trading itself. Everybody has an agenda. I haven't said this in a while. Everybody has an agenda. I've got an agenda. Part of my agenda is to get people to be Trade Idea subscribers. But my agenda only works if you're all successful with the platform. And success in the end is making money. That's all there is to it. It's just as simple as that. Like everything else. And, a lot of times my daughter asks me, why is something that way? And my answer, generally speaking, is money. Money is the reason for just about everything. So she asks, why are school lines drawn like this? And even though something looks like it should be in this school district, money is the reason why, my darling. Money is the reason why these lines get drawn the way they do. And money is the reason why the lines on these charts get drawn the way they do. So, it's just as important to me that you all learn to become traders. You learn how to use indicators. You learn how to read charts. You learn support and resistance. You learn pivots. That's just as important to me as learning the software, because they go hand in hand. There cannot be one without the other. Now, I saw Michael Anthony put some stuff up here a minute ago. And Willow, I am glad you're always learning something. I just hope that learning is turning into a few dollars each week. No, Michael Anthony, I did not like the Smith & Wesson chart at all. Again, just looks like an overall downtrend to me. SWBI, right? Is that the ticker symbol? Yeah, I mean, you got this big run up here. I'm guessing this run up is after some crappy ass tragedy happened, in the news. It is what it is. We try to separate emotions from the money. So I'm guessing something here happened. Some big event happened here. And I say big event, I don't mean good or bad. I just mean an event that was significant. And then it's been in a constant downtrend ever since. There's nothing here to make me change my mind about that. You've got room to this level down here, obviously. I don't know what its lifetime low is. I don't really particularly care at this moment, but this is the low that's significant. And as it has sold off, made a run, couldn't get up. Made a pop, couldn't get up. Made a pop, couldn't get up. Made a run, couldn't get up. So every single time it's tried to get off the mat has been failed. You got earnings are on deck, so I doubt anybody is going to be doing anything major with this stock before, the days leading up to earnings, maybe the day of earnings, or maybe the day before earnings. It has some kind of run up, but that's all speculative work. There's no trading or charts involved in any of that. There's no trend analysis involved in any of that. That's just punching lottery tickets at that point, as far as I'm concerned. And then what else? Should I sell CPG today at the high and just keep one share to watch? I have no idea if you should or shouldn't, but CPG, center point. I mean, I can't say whether or not, obviously, to buy or sell it. I do feel a lot more bullish about energy today than I did a week ago. I'm not thrilled with the way energy closed today, just looking at my sector analysis list. But the overall market got a complete rug pull on it as well. So take that for what it's worth. And I think this got rug pulled with it. So if we put up CPGI, all right, we've got that there. And let's look at XOP. Be good if I change the chart. There you go, Chris. And that looks almost the same as XOP, right? Almost the same thing. So if you're a believer in energy, keep it. If you're not a believer in energy, sell it. That would be my, But I can neither say whether or not to buy or sell it, obviously. VGR, I suspect, is going to be the same thing. No. Oh, this is tobacco. No, I mean, huge downtrend. And boo, tobacco, gross. I don't see anything there. That looks like a terrible chart. It looks about as bad as a chart could look. Basically, I don't know that any energy did anything differently. I mean, here's your XOP again, right? Rug pull. Here's your XLE. Rug pull, right? Same nonsense. Let's look at it on this here. Change from open 1.6, change from open 2. So this had a better performance from the open. This had a better performance from the previous day's close. And on a 5-day performance, the XLE ekes it out by 0.1%. So no distinguishable difference there, really. I continue to like the XOP slightly more, only because I think eventually natural gas, the world is going to have to wake up and say, we need a lot of natural gas, and they're going to start drilling for more natural gas. I don't think the world is going to wake up anytime soon and say, hey, we actually still need a lot of oil. I think you've got people that have a narrative, and I think there's a lot of people in politics with a lot of money that want to push alternative energies and want to get rid of oil. So unfortunately, I do think that that's, for lack of a better term, a manipulation of oil stocks. But the bottom line is the microphone I'm talking with requires oil. The screens that we're all looking at require oil. The internet fiber cables that are coming into your house require oil. Your phone requires oil. The desk that you have requires oil. The carpet or hardwood or tile or linoleum floor in your houses, they require oil. People just don't really understand that almost every single thing in this planet, on this planet right now, requires oil in some way, shape, matter, or form. Most of the medicines that you take petroleum based. So, anyways, but these are things that people don't understand for the most part. But it doesn't really matter. All that matters is footprints in the sand and the money. And like I said, while I'm bullish energy, I'm bullish, you got to really pick and choose those stocks. What is it? VTNR, is that it? This is one you might want to look at. Nice gap to fill here. It's refineries. Refineries is where things are really lacking and what's causing one of the biggest problems. This is not an endorsement of the stock. I have no position here. I really don't feel good about swing trading overall, but we saw this thing, a nice, beautiful base here, and then a base on top of that base that went on a beautiful run. You got to question if it can do it again, trying to fill this gap, but obviously $9 is a struggle. $10 is going to be a struggle again. So we'll see. But, for someone who's looking for longer term ideas, maybe throw that on your liked list, put it in your back pocket, and just take a look and see. Yeah. I mean, Elon Musk, I don't think he's any genius, but he's also no dummy. So, for whatever it's worth. So GSAT, that never came back. Sorry, just that kind of looking at my price alerts here. That never came back after that huge price spike. But, something, just 3D thinking here, right? When you start to see stocks that have these volume spikes, right? But price doesn't move a ton on those volume spikes. You have to ask yourself, is there someone bigger at play accumulating shares? I have no idea. I have no idea whatsoever, but I just find it curious to see all these big price spikes. Now, part of that are volume spikes. Now, part of that could just be, you've got whatever shares trading hand and just a lot of them for an event that happened that day or something. And because it's got nearly $1 billion in the float, it just doesn't move much. And that's all there is to it. And that could be what it is. But whenever someone big is getting into a position, a huge fund, I'm not talking hedge funds either. I'm talking, big fund managers. When they start to get into a position, they scale in over weeks and months. They do not just run right into a position because they don't want people to know until they have to disclose it publicly that they're in the position. They want to accumulate that position at the lowest price possible. But if people know that they're accumulating that position, other people will start to front run it and they won't get the price that their models say they should be in at. So they scale in, maybe 40 and 50,000 share lots at a time, over months and months and months sometimes to do that. Again, is that what is happening here? I have no idea, but I just can't help but look at things like that and not wonder. Now, if we were in a bull market, and a stock priced this low, there'd probably be a good shot that I took a small little swing position into it and then scaled into that position myself if there was positive price action. But we're not in a bull market, and I'm just really, really skeptical on any kind of swing trading at this point in time. So, but this also sets up some nice levels. Look here, very clean stuff. $1.50 is obviously a very big deal to this stock right here. So, a 50-cent stop is not exactly a lot. But again, I wouldn't be a believer in something like this in the case that I'm talking about here as a day trade, right? That wouldn't be my case right here. Now, would I day trade it? Of course, if it's going to do something like this and then maybe get on a run during the day, of course I day trade it. But I'm always still thinking about swing trading, regardless of my day trading. It's where I made my first real good successes in trading was in swing trading. So, always looking to go home. There's no place like home. And day trading is nice and it can add a nice, income monthly, a nice little modest income monthly. But the big moves are in swing trading. They're always the big moves up and the big moves down are always going to be in swing trading. So that's what I got. Sorry, having a brain fart here. I had so much to say, and then I didn't have anything to back up everything afterwards. It was, big run up with us messing around with that back testing. And then, I saw the price alert for GSAT and I thought about the volume spikes that I've seen in the past and wanted to go off on a tangent on that. And again, I'm just going to bring this INDO up again. Could you imagine had I not obeyed my stop here, right? And I never got through high the day to lift off. If I had not obeyed that and then I never sold on the rebound, I would have let it come back down here and said, well, bounce tier 1, so probably bounce there again, right? I mean, that's the kind of thinking that will happen with that stuff. How do I know that's the kind of thinking that will happen? Because that's what I've done before, literally what I've done before. And I mean, that would have put me behind the 8 ball so hard this week had that happened. So obey your stops. And if you don't have a stop, you should have never been in that trade. So that is that. So semiconductors continue to look terrible on the day. Excuse my yawn, please. IHE. Oh, wow. Wow. No. K-Web gave up 30 again. So again, nope. Clean Energy looks like a middle finger candle. Banks, no. I think you get the picture. I'll save this to go through maybe later in the week to fill some time if we're having some quiet sessions here. So I think you all get the point. Uranium. That's very interesting. Bullish day, a couple days action, pullback, bullish action, but right into resistance. Right into resistance. So I don't know, man. It's hard for me with uranium. As I mentioned earlier, I've been burned so bad on uranium stocks this year. And yes, there was a pun there. There was absolutely a pun there. Yeah, that was kind of my thought overall on INDO. Where's that chart again? I thought to myself, look in here. Energy's looking big. You always have these people that want to play the low float, big move stuff. This has had some big moves in the past, much bigger than this one even here. Very low float, right? It's been active recently. I said, thought to myself, I want to take a shot here. So I took a shot just over 10, got slightly into the money and then just gave it up and stopped me out pretty quickly here. And it was, no quarter here basically on that. This was never on my races this morning, and I probably should have. I don't think it was on my races. I can't remember it being there, and I probably should have just steered clear of it because it wasn't on the races. There's plenty of good stuff on my races. We went over this before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's it. 5 really solid ones there. I don't think this ever ended up doing anything right. I can't remember again. Yeah, no, yes, but no. Oh, there's CFVI. So yeah, CFVI and the warrant itself. I mean, this was beautiful. This was very beautiful. And look, again, PETZ came out of the races early. It didn't win. Oh, it did. So there it is on the races too. So I mean, look how many great opportunities were just on the top 10 winners. Let alone this one has just all the winners on it. Let alone maybe there was something else here that won some races but never won enough races to get enough recognition. Whoa, MGAM, what are you doing? Nah, not enough volume. Junk. Never mind. Sorry. Apologies. AREC, this was on some early races. I just couldn't, I talked about this one. Didn't want to chase it after all these up days in a row, but, made this nice base here and popped out of it, nice 15, 20 cent move on a nice 15, 20 cent move on a $3 stock. Yeah, even a little more off that 20. Yeah, realistically, 15, 20 cents, realistically. So. Yeah. All right, so let's see what else. That's version 3. Get rid of you. Where'd version 5 go? Oh, there it is, behind that. So I don't know. Let's mess around. If nobody's got questions right now, let's mess around with this back test again, just for fun. See if we can get any better results. So that's where we're at there. Daily RSI. What if we put it at, let's say, 1.5 just to mess around here on the change from open? KHC, I think, still has some kind of nonsense around it from that huge sell-off. I think it was a couple of years ago even. Nope, so this doesn't look as good anymore when I changed that. Has way more winning days in a row, but it doesn't look overall as good as the original did. Interesting. Let's keep messing with this here. 2.25. Okay, back test. What was the other one? So hold on, I'll pull up KHC since I was talking about that one. KHC. Every time I try to get bullish on this stock, I felt bullish here. Nope. Here. Nope. Here. Nope. So I'm not even looking at it anymore. It can't seem to get over this. And what it can't really get over is this. When this happened, just can't seem to get over that stuff. And when this happened here, that was the other big sell-off. So I don't know, very long-term downtrend that it just can't break. So no sense in getting involved in that there. I mean, that's humongous resistance at that 44.45 level. Humongous resistance. So for me, there's nothing there. And what was it? KACI. I think ACI I like, right? Yeah. Here, really tough. Just can't get above this level, right? Just can't do it. Shot up through it and just slowly grinded and gave it all back. Shot up through it, gave it back right away, right? So, I mean, there's your level. It just can't, for whatever reason, people are not a believer in the stock above that level. For whatever reason. I have no idea what that reason is. But that's what the chart tells me, that $30 is a no. And above $30, people do not like that stock. So, all right, now we're back to here so we can see. Interesting. Less trades and looks a lot better here overall. But average winners and losers tighten up a little bit more here, right? Let's keep playing. We got another minute or two before I wrap it up for the day here. Let's go 2.75. Let's see if things humming up from the open. That was my issue with that, Michael Anthony, was that it looked overbought to me. Just too much of a run for me on low price stock with that float. Just couldn't bring myself to do it. And so this makes it actually look worse. So we can see that probably a 2.5 or 2.25 is probably where we want to be on this, right? On that change from the open. So just for fun, keep playing around here. Oops, nope. Before I walk us out in a moment, what if we did it 2.15? Now, this is where curve fitting could come in too. And curve fitting just means making the back test look good. Just making the back test look good now by just manipulating the stats of the back test, essentially. Or manipulating the stats going into the back test. But what else are we doing anyways? So still, nope, not as good. And so this still looks to be the best here. And what do we have? Change from open was 2.25. Change from open was 1.5. Let's bring it back to 2 again. Where are you, alert window? Oh, I can't go back to the alert window because I changed it. There we go. Let's go back to 2 again. So let's get rid of some of these other ones that were not nearly as good. Clean up some space. So, yeah. Now, the one thing I want to note, one of these had 10 winning days in a row, but it just still didn't look as good. And last but not least, last one will run for the day. That's because I'm curious, and it was the original what change I was going to do, but decided not to. 1.75. Just for fun. Hello, Backduster. I'm calling on the phone here to kick the hamsters. So while this final one runs, start my walk out here. Folks, it is a bear market. I cannot stress this enough. It is a bear market. It is a bear market. It is a bear market. You're up in a trade and you're just not sure. Close that damn trade, right? You must have a stop. You must have a reason for that stop. You must obey that stop. You absolutely cannot trade without a stop, and you cannot trade if you're going to disobey your stops. Please, 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 please. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Barry will open as per usual at 9 in the morning. Michael will be on the mic at noon Eastern tomorrow. Again, I am back here at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow, and we'll do it all again like that. So I thank you all, as always, very kindly for popping in, hanging out. The questions, the comments, and the interactions are always greatly appreciated. And we will do this all again tomorrow. So wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Monday, everybody. Take care.